What if the whispers of ancient gods echo through the shadows of a forgotten past, waiting to be heard? In the flickering twilight of a crumbling village, a chill hangs heavy in the air, thick with the scent of moss and damp earth, where every corner seems steeped in the weight of lost tales. The sun hangs low, casting long fingers of orange and purple across the horizon, bathing the landscape in an otherworldly glow. Yet, beneath this serene beauty lurks an unspeakable tension, a sense that the very fabric of fate is about to unravel. In this forsaken place, nestled between jagged mountains and the restless sea, a young woman named Ira feels it in her bones, a stirring that beckons her to the ancient stones that stand sentinel over the valley. Legends surrounding these stones whisper of a king betrayed, a warrior lost to time, and a powerful artifact that could rewrite their destinies. Wandering through the mist, Ira's heart races as she recalls the stories told by her grandmother, tales filled with gods and giants, treachery and redemption. But those stories were always just that, stories. Yet tonight they pulse with a terrifying reality. As the evening deepens, storm clouds gather, darkening the sky and threatening to drown the village in chaos. A low rumble of thunder echoes ominously, as if the gods themselves are stirring, leaving behind a palpable unease among the villagers. Ira catches sight of a shadow flitting between the trees, a figure wrapped in darkness, eyes glinting like shards of ice. She can feel the weight of their gaze, heavy with ancient knowledge and hidden agendas. What does this figure seek? Are they friend or foe? Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath her feet, a low groan emanating from the stones themselves. Ira's breath catches. Time feels suspended, as if the veil between worlds has thinned. The stories flood her mind. The tales of the frost giants and the eternal flame, of a battle waged long ago that forged the very essence of their existence. But how much truth lies in those myths? What if they are not merely shadows of the past, but warnings of a coming storm? In that moment, as the skies open with a torrential downpour, she makes a choice: to seek the truth that has eluded her people for generations. With each step toward the stones, the air crackles with a fierce energy, the promise of revelations and the threat of calamity intertwining like the roots of the ancient oaks surrounding her. Ira knows that the path ahead is fraught with danger. But the allure of forgotten legends calls to her, echoing in her soul. What awaits her in the darkness? Will she uncover the lost histories of her people or awaken forces better left undisturbed? The answers linger just out of reach, whispering through the rain-soaked night, a promise of power, peril, and the inescapable truth that sometimes legends are born from the ashes of reality. In a time, before the stars had settled into their eternal dance, a great tree stood at the center of everything, Yggdrasil, the world tree. Its roots reached deep into the earth, intertwining with the very fabric of existence, while its branches stretched high into the heavens, connecting the realms of gods, giants, and men. The air crackled with stories untold, each whispering through the leaves, echoing the ancient sagas of creation. Beneath Yggdrasil, the ground trembled with the weight of its significance. The tree was no ordinary tree. It was the axis around which all life revolved. It cradled 9 distinct worlds, each a universe unto itself, teeming with life, magic, and conflict. The first of these worlds was Asgard, home to the mighty Aesir gods, the warriors and rulers of the skies. Here, Odin, the All-Father, gazed out across endless realms, his one eye a well of wisdom, his heart a mix of sorrow and strength. The halls of Valhalla, adorned with golden shields and filled with the laughter of brave souls, echoed with tales of valor and sacrifice. Below Asgard lay Midgard, the world of humans, a fragile place suspended between the lofty heights of the gods and the dark depths of chaos. In this realm, humans carved out their existence, unaware of the battles raging above and below. They lived in simplicity, forging relationships and dreaming of the great deeds that would grant them entry into Valhalla. But the shadows of giants loomed ever close, a reminder that danger and dark magic were never far away. To the north, beyond the icy winds of Niflheim, lay Hell, a somber realm where souls of the departed lingered, awaiting their fate. The goddess Hel, with her half-living, half-dead visage, ruled this domain with an iron grip. Fear hung in the air here, mingling with the fog that rolled over the barren landscape. It was a place of endings, yet it held its own stories, tales of lost loves and unfinished journeys, waiting patiently for the day when the world would awaken anew. In stark contrast, Muspelheim blazed with fire and fury, a realm of molten lava and towering flames where the fire giants roamed. Surtur, the Lord of Fire, stood watch over his kingdom, his sword burning brighter than the sun. He was a force of chaos, embodying the destruction that would one day sweep through the cosmos. The heat of Muspelheim crackled in the air, a reminder of the thin line between creation and destruction. Further into the depths of existence lay the mysterious realm of Jotunheim, a place where the frost giants dwelled. Here, the mountains loomed larger than life, and the rivers roared with untamed power. The giants were a fierce and formidable race, locked in a timeless struggle against the Aesir. Their presence was a reminder that the balance of power was fragile, and the echo of their battles resonated through Yggdrasil's roots, shaking the very foundation of the worlds. Svartalfheim, a shadowy land of dwarves, shimmered with the glow of precious gems and metals. These master craftsmen toiled in their forges, creating weapons of unimaginable power. They were the unsung heroes of the cosmos, their work echoing through the ages. The clanging of hammers and the sparks flying from the anvils filled the air, creating a symphony of creation that danced around Yggdrasil's trunk. Here, the secrets of craftsmanship and magic intertwined, weaving tales of both triumph and tragedy. The ethereal beauty of Alfheim, the realm of light elves, contrasted sharply with the darkness that surrounded it. Lush fields, vibrant flowers, and sunlight bathed this world in a golden glow. It was a sanctuary of peace, a place where music floated through the air and harmony reigned. Yet, beneath this serene exterior, tension simmered. The light elves were not just creators of beauty. They understood that darkness lay in wait, eager to disrupt their tranquility. In the depths of the cosmos, a gaping void existed, the realm of Ginnungagap. This space, empty and chaotic, was the birthplace of creation itself. It was here that frost and fire met, giving rise to the first beings. The raw energy of the void pulsed with anticipation, a reminder that from emptiness comes life, and from chaos comes order. The very essence of existence hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of possibility. Above all, the great Wyrm, Nidhogg, slithered around the roots of Yggdrasil, gnawing at the very foundation of the world. His presence was a dark omen, a reminder that destruction lurked around every corner. The balance of the cosmos was a fragile one. The harmony between the realms teetered on the brink of chaos. As tensions rose, the gods prepared for the inevitable Ragnarok, a cataclysmic battle that would reshape all worlds. Yet, even amidst the shadows, hope flickered. Every realm held a story, a connection that tied them together. The branches of Yggdrasil were not merely a physical structure. They represented the bonds of fate and destiny. The roots dug deep into the earth, entwining with the very souls of those who inhabited the worlds, creating an unbreakable connection that defied time and space. Each whisper of the wind through Yggdrasil carried with it the dreams and aspirations of all living beings, a testament to their resilience. As the seasons changed and the stars began to align, a sense of urgency filled the air. The harmony that Yggdrasil nurtured was on the brink, and the gods watched with worry in their hearts. Each realm pulsed with energy, each creature understanding that their fate was intertwined. A storm was brewing, dark clouds gathering on the horizon, and the time for reckoning was drawing near. The stories held within Yggdrasil and the 9 realms echoed in every heart, waiting for the moment they would step into the light or into darkness. In the beginning, there was nothing but a vast, yawning emptiness known as Ginnungagap, a chasm of silence stretched infinitely in every direction. It was a place where the cold winds of Niflheim, the realm of ice, met the searing heat of Muspelheim, the land of fire. In this stark and primordial vacuum, the first sparks of creation flickered to life, a mingling of frost and flame that would ignite the birth of everything that was to come. From the icy breath of Niflheim, crystalline shards of ice began to melt, their water pooling into the void, while the flames of Muspelheim danced and crackled, radiating warmth and light. In this collision of extremes, a great being emerged, born of both ice and fire. His name was Ymir, a giant, towering and formidable with a presence that inspired awe and fear. As he awoke, the very essence of life began to pulse around him, and in his slumber he birthed the first other beings from his sweat and his body, a male and female, who would form the foundation of a new race, the Frost Giants. But Ymir was not alone in this chaos. As the fire and ice continued their relentless war, another being stirred in the shadows. From the melting ice, a great cow named Audhumla emerged, her form both nurturing and life-giving. She licked the icy blocks, and with each lick she revealed Buri, the first of the Aesir gods, who would later bring order to the chaos. The bond between Audhumla and the forces at play was sacred. She nourished Ymir while nurturing the seeds of divinity, establishing a delicate balance that hinted at the world to come. As the Frost Giants grew in number, Ymir's power became a threat. The Aesir gods, now aware of their existence and armed with ambition, could no longer remain passive. Odin, Vili, and Ve, the 3 brothers, rose against Ymir with a bravery that echoed through the ages. Their clash was monumental, sending shockwaves through the fabric of Ginnungagap. In a fierce struggle that shook the very foundations of creation, Ymir fell, his blood flooding the void. And in that moment the world began to take shape. The giant's blood became the oceans and rivers, crystalline droplets carving paths through the land. His bones formed mountains, and from his skull, the heavens were crafted, held above by 4 dwarfs named Nordri, Sudri, Austri, and Vestri, each representing a cardinal direction. The earth itself was sculpted from his flesh, a vibrant canvas of valleys, forests, and plains, rich with potential yet tinged with the chaos of its origin. As the Aesir surveyed their handiwork, a sense of pride grew within them. They had forged a world from the remnants of a giant's fall, a world now teeming with possibility. With a flick of Odin's wrist, they breathed life into the first humans, Ask and Embla, from 2 simple trees. The transformation was electric. The trees trembled with newfound spirit, and what was once mere wood blossomed into flesh and blood, hearts beating with the rhythm of the cosmos. Ask and Embla opened their eyes to a sun rising over Midgard, the world of men, casting golden light over landscapes rich with life. The air buzzed with potential, and every breeze carried whispers of those who came before. Yet, lingering in the shadows of the mountains and forests was the echo of Ymir's legacy, a reminder that creation was still woven with the threads of chaos and darkness. The Aesir established their reign from Asgard, a realm of splendor visible from Midgard, connected by a bridge of shimmering light known as Bifrost. It arched across the sky, a promise of safety and unity between worlds. But the peace was fragile. The giants, though diminished, lingered on the fringes, biding their time, waiting silently within the icy caverns, plotting their return. As Midgard flourished, it was not without its challenges. The humans, born from the sacred trees, struggled to discover their place in this grand tapestry of creation. They experienced love and loss, joy and sorrow, battling against the remnants of Ymir's essence that still flickered like embers in the distance. Each human soul was a spark, wrestling with the chaos that danced just beyond their reach, a reminder of the giants lurking in the shadows. And so, the cycle of life and death spun on. The Aesir watched over Midgard, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that creation and destruction were intertwined. Odin, wise and all-seeing, understood that the fight was far from over. He could feel the pull of fate, a looming storm brewing on the horizon as old powers stirred once again. The giants, fueled by their thirst for revenge, were poised to rise, and the balance that had been so carefully crafted now hung by the thinnest of threads. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the winds carried a whisper of foreboding. The stars blinked into existence, twinkling like the eyes of ancient beings, each one a beacon of stories yet to be told. The stage was set, and the players were in motion. Midgard thrummed with life, but deep within its core, the echoes of battle yet to come could be felt, a reminder that creation is but the prelude to chaos. In this world, where frost and flame once collided, the heart of the cosmos beat steadily, waiting, yearning for the next chapter in a tale as old as time. With every breath, the fabric of destiny wove itself anew, a tapestry of triumph and tragedy, of hope and despair, stretching across the ages like a promise that the story was far from over. And in the distance, the giants stirred. Their whispers carried on the wind, a harbinger of what was yet to come. In the stillness of a twilight sky where shadows danced with the fading light, the air crackled with tension. Thunder rumbled in the distance, warning of a storm as two clans prepared for battle. On one side stood the Aesir, fierce and proud, led by the mighty Odin, whose one eye gleamed with wisdom and cunning. On the opposite side, the Vanir, serene yet powerful, representing nature and fertility, their laughter echoing like a soft breeze through the trees. These two clans, both imbued with divine might, were poised on the brink of conflict. But not just any conflict, a clash that would shake the very foundations of the nine worlds. The Aesir were warriors of the sky and storm, their halls built from the finest timber, adorned with gold and silver, glimmering in the fading sun. Odin, the father of all, with his long beard and knowing gaze, strategized with his sons, the thunderous Thor and the cunning Loki. The air was thick with unspoken words, as each Aesir warrior prepared for what lay ahead. Odin's heart weighed heavily. He understood that this was not merely a battle for power, but a struggle of ideologies. Across the way, the Vanir, with their deep connection to the earth and its bounties, gathered in a lush grove, the scent of blooming flowers surrounding them. Njord, the god of the sea and winds, stood tall, his presence calming like a gentle tide. Freyr, radiant and generous with golden hair that caught the light like sunlight on water, and Freya, fierce and beautiful, with her wild spirit and fierce love, rallied their kin. They stood ready, unwavering, embodying the resilience of nature itself, prepared to defend their way of life against the Aesir. Tension crackled like the first spark of lightning, igniting a fire of ancient grudges and unspoken words. The Aesir believed in strength and conquest, while the Vanir revered growth and harmony. They worshipped different gods and followed different paths, yet their destinies were intertwined, tangled like the roots of an ancient tree. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, a silence fell, heavy with anticipation. It was Freya who broke the stillness, her voice ringing out clear and melodic, challenging the Aesir to meet them in a fair contest, a test of skill and wit rather than a mindless slaughter. The Vanir were not afraid. They had learned the ways of peace, yet they were prepared to fight if necessary. Odin, intrigued yet cautious, accepted the challenge. A series of games were announced, tests of strength, intellect, and courage. The stakes were high. If the Aesir triumphed, the Vanir would submit to their rule. But if the Vanir won, then the Aesir would share their wisdom and wealth. The clans agreed, their warriors preparing for the tests that would decide their fates. The first contest was a test of strength. Thor, with his mighty hammer Mjolnir, faced off against the massive Vanir warrior Gerd. The ground shook as they clashed, the sound echoing through the valleys. Thor, with his raw power, swung his hammer fiercely. Gerd, however, was not merely a brute, she was a force of nature. With agility that belied her size, she dodged and countered, her laughter ringing through the air as she parried his blows. The Aesir watched in awe, their belief in invincibility starting to waver. Then came a test of skill, a race between Loki and the cunning Vanir, Kvasir. The gods took to the skies, leaping from one mountain to another, their laughter mingling with the wind. Loki, with his trickster's charm, used every advantage, his mind sharp and quick. But Kvasir was no fool. He anticipated Loki's tricks and matched him at every turn. Both gods learning respect for one another through their playful rivalry. As the contests unfolded, the lines between the two clans began to blur. They shared laughter, stories, and even food, a feast of roasted meat and mead, each god learning something new about the others. The tension that had once filled the air began to dissolve as respect grew, and the warriors of both clans recognized the strength in each other's differences. But beneath the surface, old grudges simmered. Whispers of betrayal echoed among the Aesir, fanned by Loki's insidious thoughts. With his silver tongue, he sowed seeds of doubt, suggesting that the Vanir were cunning, ready to deceive at any moment. In the shadows, some Aesir warriors began to question their path toward unity, their hearts swayed by fear and pride. At the heart of the games, a dark storm brewed, one that threatened to overshadow the budding camaraderie. Odin watched closely as the contest continued, sensing the undercurrents of mistrust. He called for the final challenge, a test of wisdom that would reveal the true nature of both clans. The gods gathered in a circle staring at each other, each one acutely aware that the outcome would not just shape their fates, but that of all the worlds. They would share their knowledge and insights, but with each revelation came a risk. What if the wisdom shared was twisted or used for ulterior motives? Tension rose once more, a palpable energy surging through the air, as each deity prepared to lay bare their souls. Would they reveal their deepest secrets and fears, or would the moment become a battleground for their long-standing prejudices? The answer hung in the air like the first drops of rain before a storm, uncertain yet thrilling. In that charged silence where breaths were held and hearts raced, the fate of the Aesir and Vanir hung in balance, teetering on the edge of revelation. Each god stood at a crossroads, not merely of war or peace, but of understanding and acceptance. Would they choose to embrace their differences as strengths or let the darkness of distrust tear them apart? With the sky darkening above, the fate of two clans and perhaps the future of all the 9 worlds lay suspended in the air, waiting for a spark, waiting for a decision that would change everything. In the cold of a moonless night, the frost clung to the trees like a shroud, and the air held a chill that was almost alive. A solitary figure stood at the edge of a cliff, his breath fogging in the frigid air. This was Odin, the All-Father, with raven-black hair that whipped about his face in the wind, and eyes that burned with an insatiable hunger for knowledge. Those who knew him whispered tales of his relentless quest, of how he sacrificed everything, even his own comfort, to unveil the mysteries of the cosmos. The ground beneath him was a tapestry of ancient runes, each telling a story, each a piece of the great puzzle he sought to solve. Odin's heart raced with the weight of what he knew and what he had yet to learn. In his pursuit, he had wandered through the worlds of men and gods, seeking wisdom that was hidden from all but a chosen few. But tonight, the air shimmered with the promise of something extraordinary. A vision was waiting, one that could unlock the secrets of existence itself. With a fierce determination, Odin had already surrendered an eye, trading it for a single sip from the well of Mimir, a fountain said to contain the essence of wisdom. The price had been steep, but the knowledge he gained was worth every drop of blood. The whispers of fate echoed in his mind, revealing the threads that wove the destinies of gods and men alike. Yet, even this sacrifice felt insufficient. How could he truly call himself the All-Father if he remained shackled by ignorance? As the stars flickered above, he recalled the tales of the Norns, those ancient beings who spun the fates of all. They lived at the base of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, a towering entity that connected the 9 realms. Odin could sense their power, a force that pulled at him like the tide, urging him to seek their counsel. But the Norns were elusive, and they did not easily share their wisdom. To approach them, he would need to prove his worth, to face trials that tested not only his strength but also the very fabric of his soul. With purpose igniting every nerve in his body, Odin set off toward the roots of Yggdrasil. The ground crackled beneath his feet as if the earth itself whispered warnings, but he pressed on. The journey was fraught with dangers, creatures of darkness that lurked in the shadows, testing his resolve. He fought with the ferocity of a lion, each clash echoing through the night, but it was more than just brawn that propelled him forward. It was the burning desire to understand, to break free from the chains of ignorance that bound him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he arrived at the roots of the mighty tree. The air was thick with magic, vibrant and pulsating like a heartbeat. Before him sat the Norns, draped in flowing garments that seemed to shift and shimmer. Their eyes were like deep pools of ancient knowledge reflecting the struggles of countless souls. They looked upon Odin with a mixture of respect and apprehension. He was the All-Father, yet they sensed the weight of his desires, the desperation that lingered just beneath the surface. "Who seeks the wisdom of the Norns?" one of them rasped, her voice like wind rustling through autumn leaves. It was a question that asked not just for a name, but for the truth of his heart. "Odin," he declared, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "I seek knowledge that transcends time, that can unravel the mysteries of fate itself. I wish to understand the cost of knowledge, the price one must pay for enlightenment." The Norns exchanged glances, their faces inscrutable. They knew the tales of Odin, the sacrifices he had made, the trials he had faced. Yet they also knew the limits that knowledge could impose. It was not a reward without its burdens. They beckoned him closer, and with each step he took, he felt the weight of history pressing upon him, the lives of those who had come before, and the fates of those yet to come. "Odin, seeker of knowledge," spoke the eldest Norn, her voice echoing through the air. "There is a passage that must be crossed, a test that awaits you. You must face your deepest fears and confront the shadows that lie within you. Only then may we share the truths you seek." An icy shiver raced down Odin's spine. He had faced monsters and gods alike, but the thought of confronting his own darkness sent tremors through his very being. Yet he knew this was the path he had chosen, the only way forward. The Norns began to chant, their voices weaving together like a tapestry, and the ground trembled beneath him. A portal formed, swirling with colors that seemed to pulse with life. As he stepped through, he was thrust into a world of his own making. Memories and regrets danced before him like specters. He saw the moment he sacrificed his eye, feeling the pain rush back, the agony of loss clawing at his heart. He witnessed the faces of those he had failed, friends he could not save. Each vision was a blade that cut deeper, each one a reminder of the cost of his relentless pursuit of knowledge. But in the midst of despair, he felt a flicker of hope. The moments of triumph, the joy of understanding, the strength he had gained from his sacrifices began to fill the void, pushing back the shadows. He realized that knowledge was not just about what one learns. It was about the journey, the struggles, and the resilience shown in the face of adversity. With a roar that echoed through the realms, he embraced the darkness and emerged from the portal, transformed. The Norns stood before him, their eyes shining with approval. They nodded, acknowledging the trials he had faced and the wisdom he had gained. "You have passed the test," the eldest spoke, her voice steady and commanding. "Now, the knowledge you seek is yours, but remember, with great wisdom comes even greater responsibility." Odin felt a surge of power coursing through him, an understanding that transcended time and space. His heart raced, for he knew that this was only the beginning. The quest for knowledge was an endless journey, and he was but a traveler on a road that would lead to even greater mysteries. The stars above twinkled as if they too recognized the shift in fate, and as the Norns began to reveal the secrets of the universe, Odin felt the weight of his destiny unfolding before him, a tapestry still incomplete, threads of knowledge waiting to be woven into the fabric of time. In a world where the stars whispered secrets and the wind carried the sighs of the lost, a figure stood at the edge of a forest, her gaze steady and piercing. Frigg, the radiant goddess, wove through the fabric of existence, her golden hair dancing in the breeze, a symbol of love and fate entwined. Beneath her serene facade lay a heart that beat with the weight of foreknowledge, a burden she bore with grace. The villagers revered her, not just for her beauty, but for her profound understanding of the ties that bind souls together. On the eve of a grand wedding, laughter and music echoed through the village as preparations filled the air with anticipation. Frigg watched from the shadows, her presence a comforting embrace to the anxious bride. The woman's heart raced as she prepared to step into a new life, her mind swirling with dreams of love and happiness. Yet, in that blissful moment, Frigg felt the ache of a distant future ripple through her awareness, a warning wrapped in joy. She could see the paths stretching out before the couple, each one laced with possibilities, some bright, others dark as storm clouds. The villagers knew her as a goddess of marriage, but they often overlooked the weight of her gifts. Frigg possessed an uncanny ability to see the threads of fate, weaving them with delicate precision. In her heart, she held the knowledge that not every union was blessed, that love could flicker like a candle in the wind, fragile and fleeting. Yet she also understood the power of hope, how it could illuminate even the darkest nights. As the bride nervously adjusted her gown, Frigg stepped closer, a loving presence enveloping her. "Fear not, dear one," Frigg whispered, her voice like a gentle breeze. "Love is a journey, not a destination. Trust in the bond you share." The bride felt a surge of calm wash over her, as if the goddess herself was infusing her heart with courage. The wedding day arrived, bright and sun-drenched, filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous bells. Frigg stood at the altar, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she watched the couple exchange vows. Yet, in the midst of this celebration, a shadow loomed, the faintest flicker of doubt casting a pall over the joyous occasion. Unbeknownst to the guests, within the crowd lurked a man whose heart was heavy with unrequited love, a love that had twisted his soul into knots. As he watched the couple embrace, a tempest brewed inside him. Frigg, perceptive to the undercurrents of emotion swirling around her, felt the tension rise. Her heart ached for the pain that ebbed and flowed like the tide, a mixture of joy and sorrow entwined. Even as vows were exchanged, Frigg's thoughts drifted to the weight of choices. She had seen how love could blossom into beauty, but also how it could sour into bitterness. A flicker of her power ignited. She whispered a silent prayer for the couple, weaving a spell of protection around their union, hoping to guard them against the storms that fate might bring. Yet, the man with the heavy heart took a step forward, his voice breaking through the jubilant ceremony. "Wait," he cried, desperation lacing his words. Gasps echoed through the crowd as Frigg felt a jolt of energy, a ripple of tension that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the day. The bride turned, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. In that moment, Frigg's heart raced as she sensed the fabric of fate shifting dangerously. Would love triumph, or would jealousy poison the air? The man's anguish poured forth, a torrent of unspoken words. "I loved her first," he shouted, his voice raw with pain. The crowd fell silent, eyes darting between the bridal couple and the man whose heart had been fractured by longing. Frigg felt a swell of emotions: compassion for the broken-hearted, concern for the newlyweds, and a fierce desire to protect the fragile bonds of love. She stepped forward, the air crackling with energy as she prepared to intervene. "Love can be a cruel mistress," she spoke, her voice steady as she gazed into the eyes of the man. "But there is strength in letting go. In this moment, you have the power to choose your own path, to honor the love you once felt without tearing apart what is blossoming before you." The warmth of her words enveloped him, and the crowd felt the shift, the air charged with a palpable energy. He stood frozen, the internal battle evident on his face. The bride, shaken but resolute, took a step toward him, her heart beating fiercely. "I am grateful for the love we shared," she said softly, "but my heart has chosen its path. I hope you find your own joy." As those words hung in the air, Frigg felt the threads of fate weaving tighter, the moment suspended between sorrow and hope, love and loss. Would the man succumb to bitterness, or would he find peace in the acceptance of what could not be? Watching the raw emotion unfold, Frigg's heart ached for all involved. She had witnessed the beauty of love and the sting of heartache, the intricate dance of human emotion that swirled around her like a living tapestry. In the depths of her being, she felt a pulse, a rhythm of life that surged through each soul present. It was a reminder that love, in all its forms, demanded both sacrifice and courage. Just as the tension reached its peak, a gentle breeze swept through the gathering, rustling the leaves overhead. It was as if the universe itself held its breath. Frigg, sensing the power of the moment, knew she had to act. She closed her eyes and summoned her strength, weaving a spell that shimmered like sunlight filtering through the trees. A warm glow enveloped the couple, igniting a spark of hope within the man as he felt the weight on his heart begin to lift. Love, Frigg understood, could be both a blessing and a burden. As the ceremony continued, she stood at the intersection of paths, her foresight guiding her actions, knowing that her influence could help shape destinies. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes alight with newfound understanding, while the man took a deep breath, the storm within him beginning to quiet. In that fleeting moment, Frigg felt an overwhelming sense of purpose, a reminder of why she had been entrusted with the powers of marriage and foreknowledge. As the wedding continued, laughter erupted once more, the music swelling like a tide, wrapping around them all. Yet, Frigg's heart remained heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead. A deep connection to the couple surged through her, and she felt the weight of future choices, the inevitability of heartache and joy intertwined. In the distance, dark clouds gathered, a harbinger of trials yet to come, but the seeds of hope had been sown. Frigg smiled, her heart steady as she prepared to step back into the shadows, watching as love blossomed in its many forms. Each thread of fate was alive, pulsing with potential. And she knew that her part in this tapestry was far from over. The goddess of marriage and foreknowledge embraced the chaos, ready to guide, protect, and nurture the journeys of all those bound by love, forever entwined in the dance of life. A storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling with an energy that made the very air hum with anticipation. In the depths of the earth, a name echoed through the ages, a name that sent shivers down the spine of friend and foe alike: Thor, the god of thunder. He stood on the precipice of destiny, gripping Mjolnir, his legendary hammer, a weapon forged in the heart of a dying star and imbued with the power of the storm itself. The wind howled around him, a chorus of voices from the past whispering tales of valor, sacrifice, and the weight of a god's duty. With muscles rippling under his armor, Thor was a sight to behold. His long golden hair danced in the gale, framing a face chiseled by the hands of time and battle. He had faced giants, trolls, and even the cunning of Loki, his mischievous brother. Yet today, as thunder rumbled ominously above, he felt a deep unease, an inkling that something far greater loomed on the horizon. The vibrant colors of the Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost, flickered in the distance, a gateway to the realms beyond, but it was not merely a bridge, it was a lifeline. As he tightened his grip on Mjolnir, the hammer pulsed with a warm light, a connection between the god and his weapon that transcended mere metal and magic. Forged by the dwarven brothers Sindri and Brokkr, Mjolnir was not just a tool of destruction, it was a symbol of protection, a shield for the innocent, a beacon of hope. Legends spoke of its ability to return to Thor's hand, no matter how far he threw it, a reflection of his unwavering spirit and determination. The sky darkened further, pregnant with electricity, as if sensing the conflict that lay ahead. Thor's heart raced, not from fear, but from the thrill of the battle. He had heard the whispers of war, creatures from the darkest corners of Yggdrasil were rising, threatening the delicate balance among the 9 worlds. The frost giants stirred in Jotunheim, and the fire demons of Muspelheim were gathering their strength. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the silhouette of an approaching enemy. Thor felt the familiar rush, an electric pulse that coursed through his veins, igniting his spirit. Yet beneath that rush lay a primordial fear. What if this battle could not be won? What if Mjolnir, his beloved hammer, was not enough to quell the storm? The ground shook as an enormous figure emerged from the shadows, a frost giant, towering and fierce, its icy breath chilling the air. The giant's eyes glinted with malice, a reminder of the ancient grudges that had brewed between the realms. Thor stood tall, unyielding as he faced this colossal foe. Each heartbeat echoed in his ears, a reminder that he was not just a warrior, he was a protector. "Come forth, you coward," Thor bellowed, his voice ringing like thunder across the barren landscape. The giant roared in response, charging forward with the weight of centuries of hatred. In that moment, Thor felt the world slow down. The clash of titans was about to unfold, and he was ready to unleash the fury of the storm. With a mighty swing, Thor hurled Mjolnir straight at the heart of the giant. Time stood still as the hammer soared through the air, a streak of lightning blazing through the darkness. The impact was earth-shattering, a symphony of thunder and fury that rumbled through the mountains. But as the dust began to settle, the giant staggered, unfazed. Rage surged through Thor as he called Mjolnir back to him, feeling the familiar weight in his hand. Yet there was a flicker of doubt. This was no ordinary foe. The giant's laughter boomed like thunder itself, shaking the very core of Thor's confidence. "Is that all you have, God of Thunder?" the giant taunted, his voice a chilling echo that sent shivers down Thor's spine. For a moment, the God of Thunder hesitated, a deep well of anger and frustration swirling within him. He was Thor, son of Odin, the protector of Asgard, yet here he stood, questioning his own strength. But in that moment of uncertainty, a spark ignited within him. He remembered the stories of his father, Odin, who had faced trials that seemed insurmountable. He thought of his mother, Frigg, whose love was a guiding light even in the darkest hours. He thought of the fallen warriors who fought bravely in Valhalla, their spirits urging him on. With a fierce roar, Thor hurled himself forward, the storm inside him reaching a crescendo. Lightning crackled around him as he swung Mjolnir again, this time with a fierce determination that echoed through the valleys. He was not just fighting for victory, he was fighting for every soul who believed in him, who saw him as a symbol of hope. The giant charged once more, and as their battle raged, the storm unleashed its fury. Thunder rolled overhead, a titanic symphony of chaos and power, each clap resonating with Thor's heartbeat. As he and the giant collided again and again, Thor felt the weight of his ancestors' expectations, their hopes riding on his shoulders. He was a god, yes, but he was also a son, a brother, a friend, and above all, a guardian. As the winds howled and the storm raged, Mjolnir became an extension of his will, a conduit of divine power that surged through him. With each swing, he channeled the energy of the tempest, the raw might of the storm fueling his resolve. The ground beneath them trembled with the force of their conflict, the earth itself bearing witness to the clash of ancient powers. And then, in a blinding flash, something shifted. A moment of clarity pierced through the chaos. Thor, the god of thunder, felt connected to everything: the earth, the sky, the very fabric of existence. It was a profound understanding that transcended mere battle. It was a realization that his strength lay not just in his hammer, but in the belief and love of those he fought for. With renewed vigor, he unleashed a final strike, a thunderous blow that resonated through the heavens, sending shockwaves across the realms. The giant fell, but as Thor stood over the fallen foe, he realized this was only the beginning. A larger storm was brewing, one that threatened more than just his existence. It was a storm that could engulf all of creation. The clouds swirled above, dark and ominous, hinting at the greater challenges that lay ahead. Thor knew that his journey was far from over. New foes awaited, darker forces plotted in the shadows, and destiny was calling. With Mjolnir in hand and thunder roaring in his heart, he turned toward the flickering lights of Asgard, ready to face whatever came next. The storm was not just outside, it was within him, a promise of battles yet to come. In the flickering light of a great bonfire, shadows danced wildly, casting an unpredictable play of shapes upon the ancient trees surrounding Asgard. Laughter and music filled the air, but beneath the surface of this joyous gathering, a current of tension thrummed. Loki, the trickster god, stood at the edge of the merriment, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. His eyes, a stormy green, reflected the chaos of his thoughts, brilliant ideas and mischievous schemes swirling like leaves caught in a tempest. His very presence sent shivers down the spine of the gods. Loki was both revered and feared, a being of duality. He was the life of the party one moment and a harbinger of chaos the next. The warmth of the celebration clashed with the chill of his unpredictable nature, creating a magnetic pull that drew everyone closer, yet made them take a step back. Thor, with his booming laughter and mighty hammer, would often ruffle Loki's hair, unaware that the trickster's mind was a labyrinth of cunning plans. Whispers floated through the gathering, tales of Loki's past exploits, how he had transformed into a mare and seduced a stallion, how he had taken the form of a fly to foil the plans of the gods, and how he had once even stolen the golden apples of youth. Each tale was laced with awe and discomfort, fueling both admiration and suspicion. Loki thrived in these moments, a puppet master pulling the strings of fate, relishing the discomfort he inspired in others. Yet it was not only mischief that dwelled within him. There was a profound loneliness behind his smirk, a yearning for acceptance that often turned into bitterness. He had been raised alongside the gods, yet he was never quite one of them. The Asgardians embraced him, yet they always kept him at arm's length, wary of the chaos that followed him like a shadow. The tension between his desire for companionship and his inclination to sabotage it created a storm within him, a tempest that mirrored the one brewing in the skies above. As the celebration continued, Loki's mind raced with possibilities. He pondered his next move, an elaborate trick that would leave his fellow gods reeling. But even as he plotted, a flicker of doubt gnawed at him. Would they still love him if they knew the truth? Beneath the jester's mask lay a heart that often ached with the weight of his choices. He was the god of mischief, yes, but there was a flicker of something deeper, a longing to be seen, to be understood, to be a part of something more than just a game. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted. A cold wind swept through Asgard, snuffing out the joy and laughter like a candle extinguished too soon. Loki's instincts kicked in, and he felt the energy shift, a warning echoing in the back of his mind. It was time to act. He stepped forward, casting a dramatic glance toward the gathered gods. "What is life without a little fun?" he called, his voice smooth as silk, laced with an edge of danger. The crowd hushed, eyes widening in anticipation. They knew him well enough to sense the brewing storm. With a snap of his fingers, a whirl of magic spiraled into the air, twisting and turning like a serpent. Illusions danced around the bonfire. A magnificent feast appeared, then vanished, and then reappeared with even more grandeur. The gods gasped. Their curiosity piqued, and for a moment they were enraptured by his trickery. But alongside the awe, a sense of dread filled the air. This was Loki's game, and none could predict the outcome. As the gods laughed in delight, Loki's gaze drifted toward the horizon where clouds gathered ominously. A storm was coming, one that mirrored the chaos inside him. In the depths of his heart, he grappled with the duality of his existence: joy and sorrow, acceptance and isolation, creation and destruction. He was not just a trickster, he was a reflection of the world around him, messy and unpredictable, yet desperately seeking order. Suddenly, the laughter erupted into chaos. Thor, caught in one of Loki's illusions, stumbled over a spectral feast, sending goblets flying. The gods roared with laughter, but amidst the mirth, Loki felt a pang of regret. Had he gone too far this time? The laughter echoed like thunder, but within him, a familiar darkness whispered, a voice that suggested he would always be the outsider, never truly belonging. Just as he was about to withdraw, to hide behind the mask of mischief he wore so well, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Freya, her golden hair shimmering even in the dim light. She approached him, her expression a blend of concern and understanding. "You walk a fine line, Loki," she said softly, her voice cutting through the tumult like a knife. "You may entertain them, but at what cost to yourself?" Her words struck deep, igniting a flicker of vulnerability in his heart. Freya had always sensed the storm within him, the deep-rooted conflict that raged beneath his playful exterior. He longed to confide in her, to share the fears that kept him awake at night. But before he could respond, a thunderous clap shook the ground beneath them, and the sky opened up, unleashing a torrent of rain. The celebration quickly turned into a scramble as the gods sought shelter, laughter turning into shouts of alarm. Loki stood in the pouring rain, lightning illuminating his figure, wild and free. In that moment, he felt alive, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He was both the chaos that disrupted the gods' lives and the spark that ignited joy. The rain washed over him, mingling with tears he refused to shed. He was a paradox, a being of light and dark, and he wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. As the storm raged on, Loki's heart raced with exhilaration and fear. He thought of the choices he had made and those yet to come, the paths he could take that might lead to acceptance or even destruction. The gods were right to fear him, for he could be both savior and destroyer. And in that moment, as the tempest swirled around him, he embraced every bit of his dual nature, knowing that whatever lay ahead, he would face it with a heart that beat to a rhythm all its own. The laughter of the gods faded into the distance, replaced by the roar of thunder, and Loki welcomed the storm, a wild grin spreading across his face. He was the trickster, the outcast, the misunderstood genius, and as the rain fell, he reveled in the chaos, knowing that the game was far from over. The wind howled fiercely through the ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching skyward like skeletal fingers grasping for a forgotten truth. Amidst this haunting symphony of nature, the mountains loomed, their peaks shrouded in clouds, hiding secrets that echoed through the ages. In Norse mythology, where gods and monsters danced on the fringes of reality, The Jotun stood as titans of chaos, their immense forms lumbering through the stories that shaped a culture. These giants, born of frost and fire, were not merely antagonists to the gods but intricate beings woven into the very fabric of existence. Each Jotun carried within their towering frames the mysteries of the cosmos, holding the power of creation and destruction in equal measure. They were the embodiment of the wild, untamed forces of nature. Thunderous storms, devastating blizzards, and violent earthquakes were mere whispers of their might. In the icy realms of Jotunheim, where the air crackled with primordial energy, the Jotun thrived. They roamed the craggy landscapes, their laughter echoing like thunder and their footsteps reverberating through the earth. Among them was the infamous Ymir, the progenitor of all giants, whose very body was used to create the world itself. With a heart that pulsed like a living star, Ymir's fate intertwined with that of the gods, for it was his death that birthed land and sea, sky and stars. Yet in this creation tale, there was a haunting beauty. Life arose from death, and from chaos came order. The Jotun were not mere monsters to fear. They were guardians of ancient wisdom, keepers of secrets long forgotten by the gods. Their existence posed questions that gnawed at the edges of divine confidence. Just as the gods of Asgard fashioned their realm, the Jotun existed as a reminder of the chaos that lurked just beyond the veil of civilization. Each encounter between gods and giants crackled with tension, a dance of fate as old as time itself. From the clash of Thor's hammer to the cunning schemes of Loki, the threads of their stories intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree, each one feeding into the other, creating something both beautiful and terrible. As the seasons changed, so did the nature of the giants. The frost giants, cold and ruthless, represented the harsh realities of life and the inevitable struggles that came with existence. They thrived in the bitter cold, their icy breath freezing the hearts of even the bravest warriors. Yet there was a strange allure in their cruelty, a fascination that drew the gods to engage with them. For within the heart of each Jotun beat the echo of humanity's own struggles, loss, betrayal, and the quest for identity in a universe that often felt indifferent. The stories of the Jotun also whispered of love, for even giants could be touched by the gentler aspects of life. The tales of Skadi, the beautiful goddess who fell in love with the giant Njord, unfolded like a bittersweet hymn, revealing the delicate dance between two worlds. It was a story of longing and sacrifice, where a goddess chose to walk among the giants, embracing the wildness of her lover's home. Their union, though fraught with challenges, offered a glimpse into the coexistence of order and chaos, love and strife, a reflection of life itself. Yet the Jotun were not bound to a single narrative of chaos and destruction. They were complex beings, each with their own motivations and desires. The cunning trickster Loki, born of a giantess, navigated the delicate balance between the realms, often blurring the lines between friend and foe. His dual heritage allowed him to slip through the cracks of both worlds, revealing the truth that neither gods nor giants could claim complete dominion over fate. In him lay the chaos of the Jotun intertwined with the ambition of the Aesir, creating a character who was both fascinating and dangerous. With each clash between gods and giants, the stakes grew higher. The tension crackled in the air, a palpable force that ignited the imaginations of those who heard the tales. Every battle was not simply a fight for supremacy. It was a struggle for survival, a testament to the ever-present battle between order and chaos. The giants, with their immense size and power, challenged the gods at every turn, reminding them that their reign was as fragile as the frost that lay upon the ground. As Ragnarok loomed, the final battle prophesied to bring destruction to all. The giants stood ready to reclaim their place in the universe. The thought of the Jotun rising against the gods sent shivers down the spines of warriors, for it was a reminder that beneath the surface of civilization lay the raw, untamed spirit of the giants. With each tale told by firelight, the fear and admiration intertwined, creating a complex tapestry of emotions that captured the essence of the human experience. The Jotun were not merely figures of legend, they were reflections of the struggles faced by mortals and gods alike. Their stories echoed the truths of life, of love and loss, creation and destruction, chaos and order. The giants embodied the wildness of nature, and their presence loomed large in the hearts of those who dared to listen to the old tales. As the night deepened and the winds whispered secrets through the trees, the stories of the Jotun continued to live on, weaving themselves into the very essence of Norse mythology, forever capturing the imagination and stirring the soul. In a dimly lit hall, shadows flicker and dance as three figures loom over a vast loom, their fingers deftly weaving strands of shimmering thread. Each thread pulsates with color, echoing the essence of life itself. This is no ordinary craft. It is the fabric of existence, and the weavers are the Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld. As the weight of their task presses down on them, they nod knowingly, for they are the goddesses of fate, custodians of every person's destiny. Urd, the eldest, stands at the far left, her brow furrowed with the wisdom of the past. Her hands are calloused. Each scar tells a story of lives lived, choices made, and paths taken. The threads she weaves are filled with the weight of history, of battles fought and peace found, of love that blossomed and hearts that shattered. She knows the truth of every life, the bittersweet nature of memory, and how time can twist joy into sorrow. Her presence is powerful, a stillness that commands respect, and within her lies the knowledge of all that has been. Beside her is Verdandi, the goddess of the present. She moves with an energy that reflects the pulse of now, her fingers dancing over the loom, creating patterns that shimmer with vibrancy. Each thread she touches is alive, bursting with potential and the thrill of the moment. She embodies the choices made in the heat of passion, the decisions that alter the course of a life. Laughter and tears intermingle within her creations as she breathes life into each moment, reminding all that the present is fleeting, yet eternal. Then there is Skuld, the youngest, standing with a glimmer of mystery in her eyes. She is the keeper of the future, the unknown. Her threads shimmer with silver and gold, the colors of dreams yet to be realized. Skuld weaves with a sense of urgency, aware that every choice made in the present carries the weight of consequence. The strands she crafts whisper of potential, of hopes and fears, of the unknown twists that lie ahead. Yet, despite the uncertainty of the future, there is an underlying promise in her work, a reminder that every ending is but the beginning of something new. As the Norns weave, a gentle breeze sweeps through the hall, carrying with it the sighs of souls yearning for understanding. Time itself seems to pause, caught in the magic of the moment. The loom creaks softly under the weight of their labor, and the air thickens with emotion. A sense of intrigue hangs heavily, as if the threads of destiny are woven not just for the gods but for every mortal being below them. The loom is not just a tool, it is a sacred space, imbued with the power to change lives. Each thread that slips through their fingers is a life, a story waiting to be told. As they weave, a vivid tapestry unfolds before them, a flickering portrayal of trials and triumphs, love and loss, hope and despair. Each choice, each moment is interlaced, building a complex narrative of existence. One day, as they labor under the watchful gaze of the stars, a sudden tension fills the air. A thread, unusually frayed, catches Urd's eye. "This one is broken," she murmurs, her voice heavy with concern. It belongs to a young warrior, a man standing on the precipice of his future. His life had been a dance with fate. One misstep could lead to his downfall. Verdandi pauses, her heart racing as she feels the weight of potential loss. "We must strengthen it," she insists, her fingers moving quickly yet carefully, reinforcing the thread with love and strength. Skuld watches, a storm of emotions swirling in her chest. "But what if he chooses wrongly?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. The fear of the unknown lingers in the air, a palpable tension rooted in her understanding of how fragile fate can be. The Norns exchange glances, each understanding the gravity of their task. The loom continues to pulse, each thread vibrating with life and meaning. They work together seamlessly, intertwining their powers as the moment of reckoning approaches. The warrior stands at the crossroads of his life, his decision looming like a dark cloud overhead. As the Norns weave faster, their hearts beat as one with his, filled with hope, dread, and an unshakable bond. In that critical moment, the warrior takes a deep breath. The world seems to hold its breath with him. Every choice he has made, every moment he has lived, leads to this. The Norns feel the weight of his uncertainty, and they infuse the thread with courage, lighting it up with a radiant glow. The loom shimmers as they cast blessings upon him, weaving around him the strength needed to make the right choice. But fate is not easily swayed. As the tension mounts, a sudden tremor shakes the loom. Each goddess grips the threads tightly, aware that the fabric of destiny can be torn in an instant. Shadows dance wildly, and the loom creaks ominously as a distant memory echoes, a reminder of the inevitable intertwining of paths and choices. The warrior, caught in the storm of his own heart, feels the weight of the Norns' gaze upon him, their hopes and fears entwined with his own. The hall fills with a heartbeat, the rhythm of life and fate thrumming through every thread they weave. There's a flicker of uncertainty, a whisper of dread. As he steels himself for his choice, the Norns hold their breath. The loom vibrates with energy, the future waiting on the edge of existence. In that moment, the very essence of life dances around them. A symphony of choices and consequences, shining with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. The tapestry of destiny is not merely woven, but alive, breathing with the stories of every soul it touches. And as the warrior makes his choice, the Norns know that their work is never done, for every thread spun is just the beginning of another tale waiting to unfold. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow that danced across the fields of Asgard. In the midst of this enchanting landscape stood Baldur, the beloved son of Odin and Frigg, radiating a beauty so profound that it left even the strongest gods in awe. His laughter rang like chimes in the wind, and his kindness was the balm for every sorrow. But beneath this luminous exterior lay shadows. Whispers of a dark prophecy had seeped into the air, speaking of a time when Baldur would meet his end. The gods, with their hearts full of dread and disbelief, brushed off the omen as nothing more than a passing cloud. They could not bear the thought of losing one so pure, so radiant. Yet, even as they celebrated Baldur's beauty and charm, an invisible thread of fate began to weave around him, tightening with every moment. Frigg, his mother, loved him fiercely and could not shake the feeling of unease that clung to her, like a cold mist enveloping a warm bonfire. One day she gathered every creature, every tree, and every element of nature, extracting promises of safety for her son. Everything in the world vowed not to harm him except for one, the mischief-laden Loki who smirked in the shadows, his heart dark with envy. As the days passed, Baldur grew more invincible in the eyes of the other gods. They played games, throwing weapons and stones, all aimed at him, only to have them bounce off his flawless skin. Joy filled the halls of Valhalla as they cheered and reveled, unaware that the laughter echoed into the depths of a growing storm. The bond between Baldur and the gods was beautiful yet fragile, and it hung by a thread that was soon to snap. Loki watched with hungry eyes, plotting in silence. The whispers of the prophecy gnawed at him, and the beauty of Baldur only fanned the flames of his jealousy. One fateful day he disguised himself and approached Frigg, feigning concern. "Does your son truly have all things to protect him?" he asked innocently, his words dripping with deceit. Unbeknownst to Frigg, he had already known the answer. "No," she confessed, her heart heavy. "There is one plant, a small and unassuming mistletoe that did not swear an oath." The words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. Loki's eyes glimmered with malice as he slipped away, the pieces of his wicked puzzle falling into place. In his hands he held the very essence of fate itself, a slender branch of mistletoe, its innocence belied by the dark intentions that now coursed through it. The next day, the gods were once again gathered in merriment, the fields echoing with laughter. Balder stood at the center, the sun illuminating his radiant face. Loki approached, his heart racing with delight as he offered the mistletoe to Hod, Balder's blind brother. "Join in the fun," he urged, his voice honeyed and false. "Throw it at Balder. Nothing can harm him." Hod, unaware of the trap set before him, took the mistletoe and, under Loki's guidance, hurled it at his brother. The world seemed to hold its breath as the slender branch struck Balder's chest. The laughter died, replaced by a chilling stillness that wrapped around them like a shroud. Balder fell to the ground, and time itself seemed to freeze in horror. The gods rushed to their beloved Balder, their faces a tapestry of heartbreak and disbelief. Odin's voice trembled as he cried out, "No, this cannot be," but his words held no power against the cruel hand of fate. Balder lay still, a beautiful god silenced by the very essence of innocence. Mistletoe. Frigg's cries pierced the heavens, the sorrow of a mother who had lost her son. She felt the ground beneath her tremble as she understood the depth of her loss. The world darkened, and a chill swept through Asgard as gods and goddesses wept, their tears mingling with the earth. The skies, once bright and clear, turned gray and ominous, reflecting the despair that gripped the hearts of all. Loki, hidden in the shadows, felt a twisted sense of triumph as he watched the chaos unfold. The joy of the gods was now replaced with anguish, a beautiful tapestry shattered into a million pieces. The laughter that once filled the halls of Valhalla was now but a ghost, haunting the air that was once filled with joy. Yet even in his dark joy, Loki felt a flicker of unease. What had he unleashed? The laughter of Balder had been a light in the world, and without it, shadows would loom larger than ever before. As Balder's body was prepared for his final rest, the gods sought a way to bring him back. They traveled to Hel, the realm of the dead, seeking the goddess who ruled over the underworld. They begged her to return Balder to them, promising anything she desired. Hel, with a gaze as cold as the depths of her domain, considered their plea. "If every creature weeps for him," she said, her voice echoing like a distant storm, "then I will release him." Desperation fueled their search as they returned to Asgard, rallying every being to mourn the beautiful god. The cries of gods and giants, of animals and even the trees, echoed through the realms. Yet amid this cacophony of sorrow stood Loki, a shadow in the midst of their grief, a smirk curling upon his lips. He could feel the weight of despair thicken the air, and he reveled in it. As the tears fell like rain, a new tension began to simmer around them. What would be the price of this tragedy? The bond of the gods was irrevocably altered, each moment charged with suspicion and fear. No longer could they gaze upon their world with the same trust. Darkness had seeped into their hearts. Each god now bore the mark of loss, a reminder that beauty and tragedy danced hand in hand, a fleeting moment that could slip away in the blink of an eye. And then, like the final note of a haunting melody, the story of Balder began to spread, entwining itself with their destinies, leading them down paths they had never imagined. The weight of prophecy hung heavily over them, foreshadowing the chaos yet to come, as the gods stood at the precipice of an unfolding darkness that would change everything. The sky darkened over Asgard, swirling with ominous clouds that seemed to echo the turmoil brewing among the gods. Whispers of an impending doom fluttered like restless leaves in the wind, carrying tales of Ragnarok, the end of days. As the wheat fields swayed under the weight of the thick air, the gods prepared for the greatest battle ever known, a cataclysm that would shake the very foundations of their world. In the halls of Valhalla, the bravest warriors, the Einherjar, gathered, their spirits high yet hearts heavy. They wore armor that glimmered like starlight, each piece forged with the essence of the battles they had fought and the lives they had lived. They knew they would rise again, but the thought of the final clash with the giants of Jotunheim sent shivers down their spines. Odin, the Allfather, stood among them, his one eye glistening with the weight of knowledge that transcended time. He had seen the signs, the blood-red sky, the howling winds, the bitter cold that gnawed at the bones of the earth. "Prepare," he commanded, his voice a thunderclap in the hushed hall. The warriors nodded, understanding the gravity of their task. They were not merely assembling for a fight, they were gathering for a new chapter in a saga older than time itself. The echoes of their ancestors roared in their ears, whispering tales of bravery, sacrifice, and glory. They would not falter. Across the Bifrost, the bridge that shimmered with energy, Thor tightened his grip around Mjolnir, the mighty hammer. He felt the weight of the world resting on his shoulders, a burden that only he, the Thunder God, could carry. His heart raced with determination, but beneath that, a flicker of fear danced. What if this time was different? What if they faced a foe they could not conquer? The thought gnawed at him, but he pushed it aside. He had faced giants before, and he would do it again. In the shadows, Loki, the trickster, watched with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Though often seen as an enemy, he was as much a part of this mosaic as the heroes preparing for battle. His mind raced with schemes that could either save or doom them all, and the excitement of uncertainty coursed through his veins. He had his own plans, a wild card in a game that had already been set. Meanwhile, Freya, the goddess of love and war, stood at the edge of the battlefield, her heart divided. The call to arms echoed in her soul, urging her to join the fray, yet the thought of the destruction to come filled her with dread. She had seen love bloom in the midst of chaos and had witnessed life flicker out in the blink of an eye. Her heart ached for those who would fight and those who would fall. "We must unite," she urged the gathering gods. "Only together can we face what is to come." Her voice broke the tension, and for a moment they were reminded of the bonds that tied them together: friendship, loyalty, and an unyielding will to protect what they held dear. As the days passed, the air grew thick with anticipation. The cosmos shifted, and the long-silenced creatures of the abyss stirred. The wolves, Fenrir and Chol, howled with hunger, and the serpent Jörmungandr coiled within the ocean, its eyes glinting with malice and a promise of destruction. They were the harbingers of Ragnarok, and their presence sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest gods. The world was changing, and the final prophecy loomed ever closer. Each day brought new challenges and new allies. The giants of Jotunheim were gathering, rallying their forces, and the fire giants under Surtur prepared to unleash their fiery wrath. As the gods of Asgard readied themselves, they felt the weight of history on their shoulders. The preparations were not merely physical, they were steeped in rituals, prayers, and offerings made to the old gods. The air crackled with magic, and the earth trembled with the power that surged through the fabric of reality. The giants were monstrous, towering beings of ice and fire, their faces twisted with rage and hunger for vengeance. Each time they drew closer, the gods felt their hearts race with a mixture of fear and resolve. They looked to Odin for guidance, and the Allfather's wisdom shone through the darkness. He spoke of valor, of standing firm against overwhelming odds, igniting a fire within each warrior's heart. "Remember," he said, his voice resonating like thunder, "it is in the face of despair that true strength is revealed. Do not fear the darkness. Embrace it. We are the light that will drive it away." As preparations intensified, the tension in Asgard reached a boiling point. The warriors trained tirelessly, their swords clashing, their voices raised in battle cries that echoed across the valleys. The gods forged alliances with the beings of the forest, the rivers, and the mountains. They sought the counsel of the wise and the ancient, drawing strength from the very earth beneath their feet. And yet, amidst the fervor of preparation, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Every warrior felt it, a chill that crept into their bones, whispering of losses yet to come. They shared stories by the fire, reminiscing about their past victories, yet the shadow of what lay ahead loomed larger than any triumph. They knew they would face death. It was inevitable. But with every breath, they chose courage over despair. The day of the reckoning approached, and the blood-red sky heralded the arrival of Ragnarok. The gods gathered on the battlefield, their hearts pounding in unison, their determination unyielding. Each warrior stood shoulder to shoulder, united in purpose, ready to face the storm that threatened to engulf them. The air crackled with the energy of destiny, a fierce wind sweeping through the ranks carrying the scent of battle and the promise of glory. And then, as the first rays of dawn broke, illuminating the horizon in a fiery glow, the earth trembled. The giants emerged, a tidal wave of fury and vengeance, and the gods stood ready. The great battles of the gods were about to begin, and the time for preparation was over. There was no retreat now, only the burning desire to fight for their existence, their home, and their loved ones. The clash of swords and the roars of battle would soon drown out their fears, but for now, they stood together, hearts pounding, ready to embrace whatever fate awaited them. In the flicker of a dying fire, shadows danced on the cave walls, whispering tales of gods and warriors. The air was thick with tension, each breath a reminder of lives intertwined with fate. In the distance, the clash of swords echoed through the night, a relentless reminder of the ever-present struggle between light and darkness. This was a world where legends walked among mortals, and none was as captivating and fierce as Freya, the warrior goddess. Freya stood tall among the gods, her golden hair shimmering like the morning sun, and her fierce spirit igniting the hearts of warriors. She was not just a goddess of love and fertility. She was also a fierce protector of those who fell in battle. With every heartbeat, she echoed the cries of those longing for glory, their souls hungry for a place in Valhalla. But as much as she embodied the fury and bravery of a warrior, Freya's heart pulsed with compassion and tenderness. This dual existence made her one of the most complex figures in Norse mythology. In the meadows of Asgard, where flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, Freya would often be found weaving peace among the land's inhabitants. Her laughter rang like bells, lifting the spirits of the weary and healing the wounded. She had a way of bringing hope where there was despair, and her gentle touch was the balm that soothed even the most battle-scarred souls. Yet this sweetness contrasted sharply with her other self, the fierce warrior who rode into battle on her chariot pulled by two large, magnificent cats. The night sky was her canvas, and the stars were her eyes watching over the realms of men. Each twinkle held a story of bravery and sacrifice, a testament to the warriors who had fought valiantly. Freya's power drew the bravest of souls to her, offering them a chance at eternal glory. The Valkyries, her loyal handmaidens, would descend from the heavens, choosing which fallen warriors would rise to Valhalla, their hearts filled with thunder and courage. Freya empowered them, instilling in them the strength to face whatever battles lay ahead, be it in the fields of war or the quiet corners of their own hearts. Yet her life was not without heartache. Freya bore the burden of loss, having to choose between love and duty. Her beloved, Odur, often disappeared into distant lands, chasing visions and dreams that pulled him away from her embrace. Each time he vanished, her heart ached, a tempest of longing and sorrow swirling within her. To the outside world, she appeared unshakable, the epitome of strength and resilience. But inside, she was a woman torn between the joy of her warrior spirit and the agony of her loneliness. When Odr returned, the world would light up with the radiance of their reunion, but those moments were fleeting, shadows eclipsed by the realities of their existence. In those quiet moments, she would sometimes sit by the fire, staring into the flames, her heart heavy yet hopeful. As she thought of him, the flickers of light mirrored the flickers of her heart, alive with love yet haunted by the specter of separation. Yet there was a time of reckoning when the battle cry echoed louder than her longing. A great war had erupted among the realms, and the warriors called upon Freya for guidance. She felt their yearning, that same fire that burned within her. They were her people, and she would not let them down. With her sword gleaming in the moonlight, she donned her armor, a shimmering reflection of her spirit. As she galloped through the tumult, both fierce and beautiful, the clash of steel resonated like a symphony of chaos. Freya fought not only for honor, but to weave the threads of destiny, pulling the fallen towards her as if they were the very strands of life itself. Each swing of her sword was a dance of divinity, each battle cry a reminder of the sacrifices made. She moved like lightning across the battlefield, her heart racing, each beat echoing the pulse of the warriors rallying around her. Amidst the chaos, she would catch glimpses of familiar faces, warriors who had fought alongside her in past battles, eyes full of admiration and fear alike. They revered her not just as a goddess but as a companion on the battlefield. Every life she saved was a testament to her fierce love, a love that echoed throughout the ages. Yet, for every warrior she saved, another fell, and that loss weighed heavily upon her. Each soul taken stirred an ocean of sadness within her, and for every victory, there was an ache that lingered. As the sun began to rise on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Freya felt a sense of bittersweet triumph. The battlefield was strewn with remnants of glory and heartache, but as she stood amidst the fallen, she felt the presence of her lost warriors. They were not truly gone. Their spirits roamed free, intertwined with hers, whispering tales of courage and valor. In that moment of clarity, she understood that war and love were not separate paths but two sides of the same coin. Each battle forged bonds, each sacrifice molded the essence of who they were. The duality of her existence was not a burden but a gift. She was both the fierce warrior and the tender lover, embodying the very essence of life itself. With the last remnants of night fading away, Freya lifted her gaze to the dawn. The sun's first light spilled over the horizon, illuminating the faces of those who would rise again, their souls forever entwined with hers. Her heart swelled with pride, love, and an unquenchable longing, a tantalizing prelude to the challenges yet to come, drawing the tapestry of her life deeper into the fabric of fate. The world lay before her, vast and uncharted, filled with promise and peril alike. The echoes of her past reverberated in her soul, but the future shimmered with possibilities, each heartbeat a reminder that her story was far from over. With unwavering resolve, Freya prepared to embrace whatever lay ahead, ready to face her destiny as both warrior and goddess, forever entwined in the dance of light and shadow. The wind howled through the jagged mountains, carrying whispers of lost souls and forgotten tales. A chill settled over the land, as if history itself breathed through the air, heavy with the weight of secrets long buried. In the distance, a shadowy figure walked along the edge of the world, cloaked in darkness that seemed to stitch itself into the very fabric of the earth. This was no ordinary path. It led to Hel, the mysterious land of the dead, ruled by the enigmatic goddess of the same name. Hel, daughter of the trickster god Loki, possessed a striking appearance that belied her grim nature. Half of her face was as beautiful as a sunlit day, while the other half bore the pallor of decay, an unsettling reminder of the fate that awaited all mortals. It was said that those who ventured into her domain were met with a haunting sense of peace, yet an inescapable dread lingered. For the souls that crossed the threshold into Hell's territory were not merely lost, they were condemned to linger in a twilight state, forever removed from the warmth of life, but never fully embraced by death. As night began to fall, the world flickered with the ethereal glow of distant stars, illuminating the path ahead. This path led to the gates of Hell, a colossal structure woven from the very bones of the earth, standing tall and imposing. The air grew thick with anticipation as the first steps toward the underworld were taken, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat, resonating with the primal fear of what lay ahead. The gates opened with a mournful creak, as if the very hinges lamented the souls they welcomed. Beyond, the landscape of Hell stretched before them, a desolate expanse where the sky wept an eternal, muted gray, and the ground was covered in a somber mist that rose like specters from the earth. It was a place where time held no meaning, where flickering shadows danced in the corners of the eye, teasing thoughts of the past and present as one. In this land, stories were etched into the air, a tapestry woven from memories and regrets. The souls meandered through the endless fields, their forms translucent, forever caught in the echoes of their lives. There were warriors who had once fought bravely, their valor now reduced to whispers of glory that faded into the silence. There were mothers who had lost their children, weeping silently, their sorrow entwining with the fog, creating a haunting melody that resonated through the air. Each soul carried its own tale, a thread woven into the fabric of Hell, each more poignant than the last. As the wanderer walked deeper into the underworld, the sights grew more unsettling. Shadows loomed larger, and the cries of the forgotten pierced the air. They were the souls who had strayed from the path of honor, those who had committed acts of cruelty or selfishness. Their faces twisted in anguish. They were consumed by a relentless cycle of torment, a stark reminder of what it meant to live without love or compassion. The whispers of their stories curled around like tendrils, trying to ensnare any who dared listen, filling their hearts with dread and sorrow. Yet, amid the despair, there were flickers of hope. In a small glade, touched by an inexplicable light, a gathering took place. The souls who had lived with honor and kindness shared tales of their lives, their laughter resonating through the chilling air. They spoke of joy found in the simplest moments, a child's laughter, the warmth of a loved one's embrace. As these stories floated through the mists, they offered a balm to the anguish that permeated the land, a reminder that even in death, the essence of love could shine brightly. Time lost its meaning in Hell. The souls drifted through existence, bound by the choices they had made in life. There was no punishment here, no fiery torment or eternal damnation, but rather an opportunity for reflection. Each spirit confronted their own truth, some embracing it while others recoiled in horror at the echoes of their past. The air grew thick with emotion, a tapestry of regret, love, and sorrow intermingling, creating a bittersweet symphony that tugged at the heartstrings of all who wandered near. Hell wandered among her charges, a silent sentinel of this realm. She listened to their stories, her piercing gaze holding a wisdom that transcended time. She understood the pain of loss, the weight of unfulfilled desires. Her presence was both comforting and chilling, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there was beauty to be found in the human experience. Those who crossed her path felt a strange sense of clarity, as if their burdens were momentarily lifted, revealing the core of their being. The landscape shifted, revealing a vast river, its waters dark and swirling like a storm. This was Gjöl, the river that separated the land of the living from the land of the dead, a daunting barrier, yet a necessary passage. Its current flowed with the memories of countless souls, a heartbeat of the past that pulsed through the very veins of Hell. The ferryman, an ancient figure cloaked in shadows, stood waiting at the banks, his presence both ominous and inviting. He offered a choice: to cross and face the unknown, or to remain, forever haunted by the choices that led them here. The weight of that choice hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension that throbbed like a drumbeat. And as souls gathered on the banks, their faces a mirror of hope and despair, the wind whispered their names: Carla, the mother searching for her lost child; Thrain, the warrior who had fought valiantly but had also taken lives in anger; and many more, each one a testament to the complexity of the human experience. The stories unfolded like petals of a flower, revealing truths that were often hidden beneath the surface. There were moments of laughter, of light that pierced through the darkness, mingled with the cries of regret that echoed through the air. And as the ferryman extended his hand, beckoning them to step into the depths of Gyo, the weight of their choices pressed down on them, a gentle reminder of the fragility of life. In that moment, the air crackled with emotion, an electric buzz that held the promise of something both terrifying and beautiful. Each soul stood at the precipice of their own existence, ready to embrace what lay beyond the shadows, while the stories of hell echoed around them, entwining their fates in a dance that would never truly end. In the cold grip of twilight, the battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of valor and despair. Shadows danced across the ground, flickering like the last breaths of warriors who had fought with every ounce of their being. Among them, the Valkyries soared, ethereal figures draped in shimmering armor, their wings glinting against the dying light. With each beat of their wings, they carried a weight of destiny. There was no mercy for the fallen, only the fierce, unyielding duty of choosing who would ascend to Valhalla. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to witness. The Valkyries were not mere specters of death, they were the choosers of the slain, the fierce heroines of Norse mythology tasked with selecting the bravest souls to join Odin in his great hall. As the last sword clanged against its foe, a hush fell over the battlefield, a moment caught between life and the beyond. Silently, they hovered above the chaos, eyes glimmering with the weight of countless decisions made over centuries. Each Valkyrie bore the history of 1,000 battles, memories etched in their hearts, a blend of glory and grief. One of them, a striking figure named Brynhildr, felt the familiar pang of sorrow as she looked down at a young warrior, his face smeared with dirt and blood, eyes wide with fear, but burning fiercely with courage. He fought for his people, for honor, and yet his fate was sealed. As she descended, she could almost hear the echoes of his thoughts, dreams unfulfilled, a love left behind, a family waiting for him to return. Brynhildr's heart ached. This was the burden of her role, to choose who would rise and who would fade into the shadows of oblivion. It was a delicate balance, a dance between valor and vulnerability. In another corner of the battlefield, a fierce clash erupted. Alva, a Valkyrie with a reputation for her unyielding spirit, descended like a comet, her presence igniting the air with fierce intensity. Her piercing gaze locked onto a pair of combatants, two brothers, each representing a different clan, each swinging their swords fueled by years of rivalry and bloodlust. The weight of their history was thick, and Alva could feel their desperation, their fear of failure. With a single flick of her wrist, she summoned the winds to part the chaos, focusing on which brother's spirit was more fervent. "Choose wisely," she whispered, knowing that with this choice came heartache. The battlefield fell silent as her decision crystallized in the air, a choice that could change the fate of families for generations. As darkness crept in, the Valkyries began to loom larger, their celestial light pushing back the encroaching night. The fallen warriors rose in ghostly forms, floating between the living and the divine, each reaching out for the Valkyries, eyes desperate for salvation. The light of Valhalla beckoned, a promise of valor and feasting in the afterlife. For a fleeting moment, Brynhildr thought she could hear their voices, a cacophony of hope laced with heartbreak, imploring her to choose them. But then, a thunderous sound shattered the night. an unearthly roar that resonated deep within the earth. The ground trembled as a fierce beast, a massive wolf with eyes like molten gold, emerged from the shadows, its presence fierce and unyielding. It was Fenrir, the harbinger of chaos, a creature woven into the very fabric of fate. The Valkyries stiffened, sensing the shift in power. Fenrir's presence brought an ominous harbinger, calling into question their purpose. The wolf's gaze locked onto Brynhildr, and in that moment, a chilling understanding passed between them. He was a thread in the tapestry of fate, and the choices made tonight would ripple through future generations. As the tension spiraled, she felt the weight of the world on her shoulders, the lives of countless warriors hanging in the balance. Around her, the other Valkyries stirred, sensing the threat Fenrir posed. Alva stepped forward, determination painted across her features. "We do not bow to darkness," she shouted, rallying the others. They formed a circle, their combined strength illuminating the night like a beacon. Yet, in the depths of their hearts, uncertainty flickered. Could even they, the fierce Valkyries, stand against a force woven into the very fabric of prophecy? With the brothers still locked in deadly combat, the fate of the Chosen seemed to waver, caught between the fierce will of the Valkyries and the malevolence of the beast before them. The air crackled with tension as Brynhildr's heart raced. She had always believed that hope could pierce even the darkest shadows, but now the shadows threatened to swallow them whole. The battlefield, once a tapestry of chaos, transformed into a stage where the Valkyries faced a primal choice. Would they continue their sacred duty, or would they fight against the very threads of fate? Brynhildr, fueled by her love for the warriors who had fallen, found her voice. "We choose life, we choose honor," she shouted, her words echoing through the stillness, a rallying cry that resonated with every warrior present. Yet, Fenrir merely grinned, sharp teeth gleaming in the fading light. The moment hung in the crisp air, a fragile cocoon of tension, and just as the Valkyries prepared to charge, the heavens themselves seemed to crack open, revealing a star-studded sky alive with ancient stories waiting to be told. In that frozen moment, the battlefield became a crucible of fate, a place where choices intertwined, where valor met darkness. It was here that legends would be born, and the saga of the Valkyries would write itself anew. Each choice echoed, reverberating through time, binding the hearts of warriors and the bravest of the Chosen. As the first clash erupted between the Valkyries and Fenrir, a roar of determination surged forth, sending shivers through the souls of both the living and the departed. The battle had begun, and as swords clashed and wings unfurled, the air thickened with the promise of stories yet to unfold. The world held its breath, and the night stretched onward, a canvas of endless possibilities where courage and fate danced in a delicate embrace. In the dim light of dawn, a great shadow loomed over the valley, casting an eerie darkness upon the land. The air was thick with an unsettling hush, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for a thunderous clash to echo through the mountains. It was in this moment that Sigurd, the brave warrior of legend, stood at the edge of the forest, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. His fingers brushed against the hilt of his sword, Gram, a blade as sharp and fierce as his own spirit. He had an undeniable destiny to fulfill, one that whispered in his ear like a haunting melody, drawing him toward the unknown. The tales of Sigurd had been etched into the very fabric of the Norse world, told around flickering fires by those who believed in the courage of heroes. Many had spoken of his birth, foretold by the Norns, those mysterious beings who spun the fate of gods and men alike. With silver hair glinting like starlit skies, Sigurd was destined to confront more than just the terrors of this world. He was to face something that embodied darkness itself, a dragon named Fafnir, a creature whose very presence twisted the life of the land into despair. As Sigurd stepped forward, the ground beneath him felt alive, as if it could sense the weight of his purpose. The stories told of Fafnir, once a man, who had been consumed by greed and transformed into a monstrous serpent, guarding a treasure that was both a curse and a blessing. This treasure, the gold of the Rhine, glittered with the promise of untold power, yet it was tainted by the blood of betrayal. Sigurd knew that with every step he took, he was not just approaching a physical battle, but a fight against the darkness that dwelled within every heart, a struggle against the very essence of greed and ambition. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting golden rays that fought against the lingering shadows. The trees whispered secrets, their leaves shimmering with the morning dew, and the world seemed to awaken from its slumber. Sigurd could feel a chill in the air, a reminder of the danger that lay ahead. He recalled the words of his mentor, the wise Regan, who had raised him as his own and shared tales of glory and tragedy. "The dragon will not be an easy foe," Regan had warned. His voice grave, "You must be cunning as well as strong. Trust in your instincts, for they will guide you." The memory of Regan's words echoed in Sigurd's mind as he moved through the underbrush, each snap of a twig underfoot electrifying the air. He was not just a warrior, he was a beacon of hope for his people, a symbol of what bravery could achieve. Yet doubt clawed at the corners of his mind. What if he failed? What if he became just another nameless soul lost to the shadows? The thought was suffocating, but he pressed on, for he knew that the fate of his people rested on his shoulders. As he approached the lair of the beast, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The ground was scorched, the air thick with the pungent smell of smoke and sulfur. It was here that he would confront not only the dragon, but also the very essence of fear itself. Sigurd took a deep breath, steadying himself. The stories had not prepared him for the reality of the creature that lay ahead, its scales glistening like molten metal, its eyes a fiery reminder of the rage and greed that had transformed it into a monster. With a roar that split the silence like a thunderclap, Fafnir emerged from the shadows, its massive body coiling around the treasure it protected. The ground trembled beneath Sigurd's feet as he raised Gram, its blade shimmering with the promise of victory in the light. In that moment, everything else faded away. The doubts, the fears, the weight of expectation. It was just him and the dragon, two forces colliding in a dance of fate. The battle that ensued was fierce and unrelenting. Sigurd felt the adrenaline surge through his veins as he dodged the fiery breath of the beast, the flames licking at his skin, searing away the remnants of his doubt. He struck with precision, each swing of the sword fueled by the stories of his ancestors, the countless warriors who had come before him. With every strike, he felt their spirits beside him, urging him forward, reminding him of the legacy he fought for. But Fafnir was cunning, its movements fluid and unpredictable. The ground shook as it lunged, its massive jaws snapping dangerously close to Sigurd. The warrior ducked and rolled, narrowly escaping the creature's deadly grasp. He could feel the heat radiating from the beast's body, a reminder of its power and of the stakes at play. Every moment felt like an eternity, yet Sigurd remained steadfast, drawing strength from the knowledge that he fought not just for glory, but for the souls of those who believed in him. In the midst of the chaos, a flash of insight struck Sigurd like lightning. Regan's teachings flooded back to him, the importance of cunning and strategy. It was not brute strength alone that would win this battle. It was the ability to outthink the enemy. He remembered the advice on the one vulnerable spot of Fafnir, the soft underbelly hidden beneath those impenetrable scales. With renewed determination, Sigurd shifted his approach, daring to lure the beast into a fatal miscalculation. With each feint and dodge, he drew closer to Fafnir's heart, his resolve stronger than the fear that clung to the air. The dragon roared in fury, its rage echoing across the mountains, but Sigurd was no longer just a mere warrior. He was a force of nature. And with one final strike, he plunged Gram deep into Fafnir's underbelly, feeling the tremor of victory surge through him as the roar of the dragon turned into a gurgling wail. Blood spilled across the ground, glimmering like dark jewels against the earth, signifying both a victory and a great loss. Sigurd stood over the fallen beast, panting, his heart racing with the weight of what he had done. The treasure lay before him, glittering with the promise of power and wealth, but now a question lingered in the air. What price comes with such riches? As he contemplated the treasure's allure, the whisper of destiny loomed in the silence, twisting toward a future full of uncertainty, echoing the age-old truth that every victory carries its shadows. A storm raged over the mountains, dark clouds swirling overhead like a trapped beast ready to strike. Lightning flashed, illuminating the silhouettes of ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens, as if they were desperate for salvation from the chaos below. In the heart of this wild, untamed land, a tale of bloodlines and betrayals unfolded like a tapestry woven with both beauty and tragedy. Sigurd, the hero marked by destiny, rode through the pouring rain, his heart heavy with the weight of his lineage. The air crackled with tension, whispering secrets of his forefathers and the curses that haunted them. His golden hair, slick with rain, framed a face that bore the legacy of the Volsungs, noble yet burdened. His steed, Grani, thundered across the muddy ground, a creature born of magic and might, sensing the turmoil that lay ahead. As they approached the great hall of King Siggeir, the flickering torches cast eerie shadows that danced upon the walls. Inside, laughter echoed, a false lullaby masking the treachery that brewed within. Sigurd dismounted, a chill running down his spine. He had come to seek an alliance, but little did he know that the roots of betrayal were already entwined in the very air he breathed. King Siggeir, his dark hair slicked back, smiled with a charm that belied the malice lurking beneath. He welcomed Sigurd with open arms, a predator in disguise. "You are a Volsung, a great warrior," he said, his voice smooth like honey. But it was a sweetness that hid a bitter sting. A warning that flared faintly in Sigurd's mind. The tales of Siggeir's ambition danced through the shadows, whispering of jealousy and greed. As the night wore on, Sigurd's heart raced with the promise of glory, the firelight flickering like the hope that ignited his spirit. But lurking in the shadows were the eyes of Gudrun, Siggeir's wife, whose beauty was matched only by her sorrow. A longing filled her gaze as she watched Sigurd from across the hall, a silent plea for help intertwining with the atmosphere thick with deceit. It was a connection that crackled like the storm outside, a foreshadowing of the storm to come. Underneath the merriment, the tension grew, like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Sigurd sensed the unease in the air, a palpable warning that twisted in his gut. He had come to forge bonds, but he was unwittingly stepping into a web spun with threads of treachery. Siggeir's laughter echoed too loud, each chuckle sounding like a countdown to chaos. In his heart, Sigurd felt a flicker of doubt, but pride pushed him forward. Days turned into nights, and Sigurd found himself ensnared in a deadly game. Siggeir's hospitality turned into a trap as he and his men plotted to seize the Volsung's power. Sigurd, ever vigilant, began to uncover the dark truths hidden beneath layers of false smiles and empty promises. He overheard whispered conspiracies that chilled his blood. The king's ambition knew no bounds, and he sought nothing less than to claim Sigurd's life. The tension reached a breaking point when Sigurd confronted Gudrun in the moonlit garden, their shared pain hanging thick in the air. "Do you not see what is happening?" she implored, her voice trembling. "He wants you dead, Sigurd. You are a pawn in his game." Her eyes sparkled with tears that mirrored the stars above, each drop a testament to the danger they faced. "I will not run," Sigurd replied, a fire igniting within him. "I will stand and fight, for the Volsungs do not bend to treachery." But fate is a cruel mistress. As the days passed, the tension spiraled, and the friendships forged in the light of day became shadows in the night. The banquet hall felt like a pressure cooker, the laughter of Siggeir's men a cacophony that drowned out the warning bells in Sigurd's mind. He felt the growing weight of destiny, the bloodline that bound him to both glory and ruin. The night of betrayal came with the fury of a brewing storm. Sigurd, armed with the sword Gram, ventured into the heart of darkness, unaware that the very ground he stood upon was soaked with the blood of his ancestors. Sigurd's betrayal shattered the fragile peace, a flash of steel and a cry of rage slicing through the air. The hall erupted into chaos, a whirlwind of swords clashing and men shouting, each moment a breathless dance of life and death. Sigurd fought like a wild beast, each swing of his sword fueled by a mixture of rage and desperation. He could feel the eyes of Gudrun upon him, her faith in him a flickering flame that refused to be extinguished. In that moment, he became the embodiment of his lineage, a guardian against the darkness that threatened to consume them all. But betrayal ran deeper than steel. Sigurd, in a final act of desperation, revealed the true depths of his treachery. "Your blood is cursed, Volsung," he howled, the words like poison in the air. "You will fall, just as your forefathers did." The weight of those words pressed heavily on Sigurd, reverberating through him like a dull ache. He could feel the spirits of his ancestors, lost and wandering, their whispers urging him to rise above the treachery that sought to consume him. In a reign of chaos and fury, alliances shattered, and blood spilled. Sigurd fought valiantly, yet amidst the storm of betrayal, the realization dawned upon him. This was not merely a battle for survival, it was a reckoning with his lineage, a clash of bloodlines that would seal their fates forever. As he plunged his sword into the heart of Siggeir, a part of him felt the weight of the legacy that had brought him to this moment, the bittersweet taste of victory mingling with the sorrow of loss. The air was thick with smoke and sorrow as the dust settled over the fallen. Sigurd stood amidst the remnants of betrayal, the echoes of laughter replaced by haunting silence. The hall, once a place of warmth and camaraderie, now lay cloaked in the shadows of grief, and in that silence the bonds that had been forged and broken would resonate far beyond the walls of that great hall, weaving a tale of love and loss that would echo through time, a testament to the bloodlines that entwined their fates. In the distance, the storm began to fade, the first hints of dawn brushing the horizon with soft hues of gold. But in the heart of Sigurd, the true battle had just begun. He knew that the bloodlines of the Volsungs were intertwined with a destiny that was far from over. The whispers of betrayal lingered in the air, a reminder that even in the aftermath of chaos, the threads of fate continued to weave a story that was far from complete. In a world where the icy winds whispered the names of the fallen and the towering mountains loomed like ancient sentinels, fate danced tantalizingly on the edge of every Norse heart. A lone warrior, sword glinting under the weak sun, stood at the precipice of a cliff. Below him lay the frozen fjord, a mirror reflecting the sky above, yet it held shadows of what was to come. Every decision he made, every battle fought, spiraled like the threads of a tapestry. Woven tightly by the hands of the Norns, those three enigmatic sisters who spun the fates of gods and men alike, the warrior's name was Sigurd, a man of valor whose very existence was etched into the annals of destiny. He felt the weight of Wyrd, the Norse concept of fate, pressing upon his shoulders like the heavy armor he wore. It was a force both beautiful and terrifying, twisting the strands of life into an intricate web that he would navigate with a mix of courage and despair. Was it his choice to chase glory, or had the Norns already determined his path? The chill of uncertainty crept into his bones, a reminder that he was but a piece on a board far grander than he could comprehend. In the flickering light of a campfire, Sigurd gathered with his brothers-in-arms to share tales of their ancestors, heroes who had carved their names into history, each one haunted by their own Wyrd. One of them, Bjorn, spoke of a great battle lost long ago, where mighty warriors fell like autumn leaves, their destinies sealed with the clash of steel and the cries of the dying. The fire crackled, and as shadows danced across their faces, the stories wrapped around them like an embrace, warming the chill of the night, but also igniting a flame of dread. "Do you think we can change our fates?" Bjorn asked, his voice low, filled with a tension that made the hairs on the back of Sigurd's neck rise. "Or are we simply puppets, dancing to the whims of the Norns?" A silence fell, heavy with the weight of that question. Each man pondered the notion, eyes lost in the flames as if searching for answers within the crackling embers. Destiny, after all, was a fickle mistress. One moment she might shower you with glory, the next she could strip everything away in a heartbeat, leaving naught but ashes. Sigurd felt the pull of his fate growing stronger with each passing day. A silent whisper that urged him toward a destiny intertwined with the great serpent, Fafnir. The legends spoke of a dragon that guarded a hoard of gold, a treasure that could buy kingdoms or destroy souls. Sigurd was drawn to the creature, knowing that confronting Fafnir was not just a test of bravery, but a collision with the very forces that governed his life. What awaited him in that dark cavern? Would he emerge as a hero, or would he fall prey to the word that had already been spun? In the days that followed, the air grew thick with anticipation. Sigurd trained relentlessly, his muscles hardening under the weight of his sword. Yet doubt seeped into his heart, twisting like a serpent coiling around his very soul. Every swing of his blade felt as if it were severing the threads of fate, trying to carve a different path. He could almost hear the laughter of the Norns, echoing through the valleys, reminding him that no amount of effort could alter what was destined. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the land, Sigurd made his way to Fafnir's lair. The ground trembled beneath him, as if the earth itself knew the magnitude of what was to unfold. Each step echoed with the stories of those who had come before him, men and women whose fates had been just as tightly wound. The shadows loomed larger, the darkness closing in, wrapping around him like the night itself, thick and suffocating. In that moment, as Sigurd stood at the entrance of the cavern, he felt an overwhelming rush of emotion. The fear of death, the thrill of glory, and the agonizing question of choice. Was he the master of his own fate, or merely a pawn in a cosmic game? The cave yawned like a beast ready to consume him, and he took a deep breath, steeling himself against the whisper of weird that beckoned him forward. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of earth and forgotten dreams. The darkness enveloped him, and as he ventured deeper, he could hear Fafnir's haunting growl, a sound that resonated with the very essence of fate. The battle ahead would not just be against a dragon, but against the inevitability of what was to come. With every heartbeat, he felt time slipping away, and the tapestry of life tightening around his destiny. The clash of steel rang out as Sigurd faced Fafnir, and in that moment of violence and fury, it was as if the world had stopped. Time fractured like glass, and the weight of every choice, every sacrifice bore down upon him. As he fought, blood and sweat mingled, creating a tapestry of struggle and triumph, echoing the rise and fall of heroes before him. Sigurd realized that within the chaos of battle there was a strange beauty, a dance with destiny itself. With a final surge of strength, he struck the heart of the dragon. The beast let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, a sound that reverberated through the ages, calling to the spirits of all who had faced their weird. As Fafnir collapsed, the treasure gleamed in the shadows, but Sigurd knew that the gold was not the true reward. It was the understanding that fate is not merely a chain that binds, but a force that shapes and molds the very essence of life. But as the dust settled, a new tension emerged. The threads of weird twisted yet again, hinting at challenges yet to come. Unseen forces that would continue to weave through the lives of men and gods alike. Sigurd stood amidst the remnants of battle, realizing that the fight was far from over. The story was still being written, not just in words, but in every choice, every sacrifice, and every breath taken. The pull of destiny would always linger, a reminder of the delicate balance between fate and free will, leaving a lingering question. What comes next in the intricate dance of life? The wind howled through the crags of the mountain, carrying whispers of ancient legends. In the cold hush of twilight, where shadows danced like flickering flames, the air shimmered with the weight of stories untold. A solitary figure stood upon the precipice, eyes scanning the horizon, where jagged peaks met the darkening sky. Was it merely the chill of the evening that sent shivers down his spine, or was it something more? In the distance, a low rumble echoed, a sound that could belong to no ordinary creature. The boy felt it in his bones. A call from the ancient past that tugged at his heart, urging him to listen. Dragons, those magnificent titans of the sky, were once a part of every culture's lore, breathing life into the fears and hopes of humankind. In the valleys of Mesopotamia, around 3000 BCE, these scaled beasts were depicted on clay tablets, their fierce eyes glimmering with an otherworldly intelligence. But they were not merely monsters. They symbolized strength and wisdom. The Sumerians revered them, believing these creatures held the secrets of the cosmos within their fiery breath. As the boy imagined the majestic wings unfurling against the setting sun, he felt an ache in his heart, a yearning for that lost connection between man and beast. In the ancient tales of Norse mythology, dragons guarded treasures beyond imagination. Fafnir, once a man, transformed into a serpent-like creature, lay coiled around gold and jewels, his heart consumed by greed. The boy shivered, picturing the scale-covered beast with eyes as cold as the winter night. He could almost hear the clash of swords as heroes ventured into the dark caves, battling not just for wealth, but for honor and glory. The stories echoed through history, each retelling adding layers of depth and emotion. Yet, Fafnir's tale was not one of glory. It was a warning. The boy pondered the price of greed, realizing that the very myth that captivated him also carried a heavy burden. As night fell, the boy felt a tremor beneath his feet. The ground rumbled like a distant storm, and a shadow loomed in the darkness. Was it a trick of the fading light, or was a giant awakening from centuries of slumber? In the ancient texts of the Greeks, giants like the Cyclopes roamed the earth, crafting thunderbolts for Zeus himself. The boy recalled the tales of these colossal beings, their single eye glaring from the center of their foreheads, embodying both might and folly. They were titans, and yet they were flawed, creatures that mirrored humanity in their struggles. The boy's imagination ran wild, envisioning the clash of titans atop Mount Olympus. He felt the tension of their battles, the ground shaking beneath their feet, the air thick with the scent of smoke and ambition. The thrill of those tales wrapped around him like a warm blanket, yet he also sensed the underlying fear, the reminder that great power often invites great chaos. He questioned the nature of strength. Was it measured by size or by the courage to protect the weak? With every heartbeat, the night grew darker and more mysterious. The boy's mind wandered to the beasts of the wild, creatures both magnificent and terrifying. The griffin, with the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, soared across the skies in legends from ancient Persia. It was revered, a guardian of sacred realms, yet its fierce nature commanded respect and fear. The boy envisioned the creature, majestic and fierce, a protector of treasures hidden from mortal eyes. He could almost feel the wind from its wings brush against his cheek, igniting a spark of hope within him. But not all beasts were noble. There were stories of terrifying creatures. Like the fearsome kraken that lurked beneath the waves, its tentacles ready to pull ships into the depths of the ocean. Sailors spoke of it in hushed tones, their hearts racing at the thought of the monstrous beast rising from the abyss. The boy felt the cold grip of trepidation tighten around his heart at the thought of those dark waters, where even the bravest of men feared to tread. The legends were rich tapestries woven with both wonder and dread. As the boy stood on the cliff, his mind swirling with images of these creatures, he heard a rustle in the bushes behind him. Heart racing, he turned to find a massive figure emerging from the shadows, a giant, towering and wild, his hair tangled like the branches of the ancient trees around him. The boy's breath caught in his throat, a mixture of fear and awe flooding his senses. This was not just a story. This was living, breathing history. The giant's eyes, deep and wise, locked onto the boy's. In that moment, time seemed to pause. The boy understood that giants were not merely brutish creatures, they were keepers of ancient truth, guardians of the earth's deepest secrets. The giant moved slowly, each step deliberate, as if he were aware of the weight of his presence. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing like thunder in the silence of the gathering night. As the boy took a cautious step forward, drawn in by the giant's magnetic presence, he felt the pull of countless stories crushing against his chest. Would he speak? Would he hear the wisdom of ages past? The moment hung heavy, thick with anticipation, the line between myth and reality blurring in the gathering darkness. Who would dare to break the silence? Would the boy find the courage to ask the questions burning within him? The giant's lips curled into a knowing smile, and in that fleeting glance, a connection sparked between them. The boy felt the surge of history flowing through him, stories of dragons soaring through the skies, of giants walking the earth, and of beasts lurking in shadows. Each tale waiting to be told, each moment a thread that bound them together, weaving the fabric of their shared existence. With a sudden roar, the wind howled once more, as if the very earth trembled with the weight of their shared destinies. The boy's heart raced, not with fear, but with the thrill of what lay ahead. The night was alive with potential, and the stories of old came alive around him. The echoes of dragons and giants danced in the air, a symphony of history waiting to be embraced once again. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced on the rough stone walls of an ancient hall. The smell of burning wood mingled with the scent of damp earth, creating an atmosphere ripe with mystery and untold stories. A lone figure sat cross-legged on the floor, adorned in a cloak made of raven feathers. His eyes, deep pools of wisdom and mischief, glimmered as he traced his finger over a weathered piece of wood, the surface carved with strange angular symbols. Each mark vibrated with an energy that seemed to pulse in tune with the heartbeat of the world. A silent language that spoke of gods and magic, of creation and destruction. These symbols, known as runes, were far more than mere letters. Each one held a universe of meaning, a thread woven into the fabric of existence itself. They whispered of ancient wisdom, of rituals performed under the gaze of the North Star. The Norse believed that these were the very words spoken by the gods, imbued with power and mystery. The runes were a sacred language, a means to connect the mortal realm with that of the divine. As the fire crackled, the air thickened, charged with the anticipation of what was to come. In the distance, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling like a tempestuous sea. The winds howled, carrying with them tales of ancient battles and forgotten heroes. It was said that in the eye of such a storm, the veil between worlds grew thin, allowing magic to seep into the realm of men. The figure by the fire inhaled deeply, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the electric thrill that accompanied the brewing chaos. He had studied these runes for years, each line and curve etched into his memory like the map of his own soul, and now he was ready to summon their power. With a flick of his wrist, he scattered a handful of herbs into the flames, watching as they ignited with a sudden brilliance, sending sparks cascading into the air. This was no ordinary fire, it was a bridge to the divine. As the smoke spiraled upward, he began to chant, his voice rising and falling like the breath of the wind. The sounds formed a haunting melody, echoing from the very depths of time. Each rune he invoked resonated with the energy of the universe, a call to the gods who had once walked among men. The runes carried stories of the great Odin, who hung for 9 nights on the world tree, Yggdrasil, in pursuit of wisdom; of Freya, who wept tears of gold for her lost love, her sorrow spilling into the world like raindrops of fortune. Each symbol was a doorway, a portal leading to realms where the divine mingled with the mundane. The figure closed his eyes, letting the rhythm of his chant guide him deeper into the magic that surrounded him. Suddenly, a gust of wind burst through the entrance of the hall, extinguishing the fire's glow and plunging the room into darkness. Heart racing, the figure felt a presence, a weight in the air that spoke of ancient eyes observing him. The storm outside roared in response, a chaotic symphony of thunder and lightning. He opened his eyes, the runes glowing faintly in the dark, their power undiminished. It was time to call upon the magic that resided in the very fabric of these symbols. With renewed focus, he reached for the first rune, Fehu, the symbol of wealth and prosperity. He carved it into the air with deliberate precision, feeling the energy pulse through him like a wild stallion. As he did, the air crackled with possibilities, visions of abundance flooding his mind. Yet he knew that with wealth came responsibility, and he whispered a warning to the spirits that lingered, reminding them of the balance that must be maintained. Next came Uruz, the rune of strength and resilience. He drew it boldly, summoning the courage of the great Auroch, a beast once roamed the earth. He imagined the strength coursing through his veins, a fierce determination igniting in his heart. The storm outside resonated with his call, the winds swirling in a dance of power that mirrored the ancient myths. But then, as he moved to the third rune, the air shifted once more, and the shadows lengthened, distorting the space around him. Thurisaz, the rune of defense, sprang to life in his mind. A flicker of fear danced at the edges of his consciousness as he contemplated its meaning. This was not just the strength to protect. It was also a reminder of the chaos that could come. He hesitated, sensing a lurking presence, as if the very fabric of reality was trembling in response to the incantation. Outside, the storm reached a fever pitch, lightning striking the ground with savage intensity. The figure could feel the energy crackling in the air, a tangible force that threatened to break free and flood the world with untamed magic. He gripped the rune tightly, feeling its pulse like a heartbeat against his palm. The stakes were high. He understood that the gods would require a price for their gifts. As he summoned the final rune, Lagus, the symbol of water and intuition, he felt a rush of emotions swell within him. This was the rune of flow, of dreams and visions. It urged him to surrender to the tides of fate, to trust in the unseen currents that guided his path. The storm outside began to quiet, as if listening to his call, each drop of rain echoing the pulse of his resolve. The air shimmered with anticipation, a curtain drawn back to reveal the unseen forces at play. Yet, just as he felt the pull of the runes enveloping him, a chilling realization hit him. The magic he summoned was not just for his use, it had a will of its own. It carried the weight of ages, the echoes of countless lives intertwined with the destinies of gods and men. Each rune was a thread in the tapestry of life, and with each incantation he tugged at the strands of fate itself. And then, in that fragile moment, the shadows swirled around him, and the presence he had sensed earlier coalesced into form. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge and unfathomable power. It was a guardian of the runes, a spirit bound to protect the sacred language of the gods. The air thickened as they locked gazes, the tension palpable, a clash of wills hanging heavy in the atmosphere. The figure felt his heart race in reverence and fear. Here stood a being who had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth and death of stars. Words hung unspoken between them, charged with the weight of destiny. The storm outside simmered, a reminder that the veil was thinning, and the boundary between worlds was forever in flux. What would happen next? The figure knew one thing for sure. The magic of the runes was alive, and he was forever entwined in its dance. The flickering flame of hope burned bright, but the shadows whispered of uncertainty, a reminder that magic, for all its wonder, was a force not to be trifled with. In that moment, the air crackled with the promise of unimaginable possibilities as they stood on the precipice of a choice that would echo throughout eternity. Under the sprawling expanse of a twilight sky, where stars twinkled like secrets yet to be told, stood a colossal tree that reached beyond the clouds. Yggdrasil, the cosmic tree. Its branches were a tapestry of life, weaving together the threads of existence, from the roots that delved into the dark depths of the earth to the uppermost leaves brushing against the heavens themselves. This was no ordinary tree. It was a living bridge connecting worlds, holding the very fabric of the universe in its embrace. As the winds whispered through Yggdrasil's leaves, a shiver ran through the air, as if the tree itself was alive, breathing and aware. The Aesir and Vanir, the two tribes of gods, often gathered at its base, drawn by the raw power pulsing from its core. They felt an unexplainable magnetism, one that drew them closer to their destinies. It was here that Odin, the All-Father, hung himself for 9 long nights, pierced by a spear, sacrificing his own flesh to gain wisdom. Each drop of blood spilled into the roots fed the ancient tree, making it stronger, more profound, an eternal symbol of knowledge and endurance. The roots of Yggdrasil stretched deep into the ground, intertwining with 3 immense wells, each brimming with secrets. The well of Urd, where the Norns, 3 powerful women, spun the fates of gods and men, was only one of these wells. From this source flowed the water of life, a font of wisdom, where the past, present, and future mingled in a dance of destiny. The Norns, with their hands weaving strands of time, would often whisper tales of heroism and tragedy, shaping the lives of mortals. Their voices echoed through the roots, weaving a connection between the divine and the earthly, where every choice mattered and every action resonated through time. Beneath the shadow of Yggdrasil, the realm of the dead, Hell, lay waiting. Here, the souls of those who did not die gloriously in battle found their eternal rest. The tree stood as a guardian, a sentinel of life and death, where the thin veil between the 2 realms fluttered like the wings of a restless butterfly. The thought that one could be so close to the edge of existence gave even the bravest warriors pause, their hearts fluttering with the weight of their choices. Would they be welcomed into Valhalla, or would they wander in hell's mist forever? As stories of Yggdrasil spread through the ages, they grew richer, woven into the hearts and minds of a people who found solace and strength in its presence. Villagers would gather around flickering fires to share tales, their breath visible in the chill of the night, as they drew inspiration from the grandeur of the cosmic tree. They spoke of the serpent Nidhogg, gnawing at its roots, a dark reminder that even the most beautiful things are not free from decay. Yet, despite Nidhogg's relentless hunger, Yggdrasil stood tall, its resilience a testament to hope, to the idea that life persists despite the shadows lurking just beneath the surface. On moonlit nights, as the glow of the celestial body bathed the tree in silver light, lovers would carve their initials into its bark, believing that their love would flourish as long as Yggdrasil stood. Each carving was a promise, a plea, a recognition of how their lives were intertwined, much like the branches of the tree above them. The idea that love could transcend even the grip of death, that their stories could be intertwined within the sacred veins of Yggdrasil, filled them with purpose. As seasons changed, so too did the colors of Yggdrasil. In spring, bright blossoms erupted from its branches, heralding life and renewal. The air was alive with energy, laughter echoing through the fields as children played, believing that the spirit of the tree watched over them. Summer brought lush greenery, a sanctuary of shade and comfort, where families would gather for feasts, their laughter ringing like bells, creating a symphony of joy beneath the sheltering branches. But autumn's chill would approach, and as the leaves turned fiery red and gold, a sense of foreboding wrapped itself around the inhabitants of Midgard. They understood that every cycle must end. They honored Yggdrasil with offerings, believing that the sacrifices would nourish the tree as it prepared for the winter. With every fallen leaf, they could feel the weight of time pressing upon them, nudging them to cherish their moments, for they were fleeting like a shooting star. And then there were the tales of Ragnarok, the end of all things, where Yggdrasil would tremble as the worlds collided in a cataclysmic battle. The thought alone sent shivers down the spines of even the strongest warriors. Would Yggdrasil survive? Would it continue to stand as a testament to life, even after the chaos of destruction? The elders would speak of the prophecy that after the doom, a new world would rise, nourished by Yggdrasil's surviving roots. Hope lingered in their hearts, a whisper that life would find a way, and from the ashes of despair, a new beginning would bloom. As twilight faded into night and the stars blinked above like watchful eyes, the people of Midgard would gaze upon Yggdrasil, feeling its pulse, a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the universe. They laughed, they cried, they celebrated life beneath its protective boughs, for in every leaf that rustled, in every branch that swayed, the essence of existence sang a ballad of resilience, reminding all who listened that they were never truly alone, that they were part of something greater. In the shadows of Yggdrasil, where the stories of gods, men, and the myriad creatures of the cosmos intertwined, the pulse of life thrummed with an intensity that tugged at the heart. As the night grew deeper, the air thick with significance, the cosmic tree stood unwavering, a promise that even in darkness, light would find its way. In a dimly lit hall, the air filled with an intoxicating blend of honey and smoke, the gods gathered. They were adorned in shimmering robes, their eyes sparkling with mischief and wisdom, the very essence of creativity pulsating around them. It was a night of divine revelry, one that would shape the fate of poets and bards for millennia to come. Among them, Odin, the Allfather, raised a golden goblet, its contents shimmering like liquid sunlight. This was not just any drink, it was the mead of poetry, a potion of inspiration that could turn mere mortals into legends. On a distant mountaintop, a giant named Suttungr guarded this sacred treasure in a vast cave, its walls adorned with ancient runes that whispered secrets to the wind. With every passing moment, the sweetness of the mead called out to those who longed for artistry, igniting a flame in their hearts. It promised not just words, but the very essence of life, a spark that would breathe passion into the mundane. And so, the tale began to unfurl, as Odin plotted a daring heist to claim what should belong to the skilled and the brave. The night grew darker, thick with suspense, as Odin devised his plan with the cunning of a fox. He transformed into a serpentine figure, sleek and silver, slipping into the cave with a quiet grace that belied his power. The giants, strong yet slumbering, lay in a stupor induced by their own revelry, unaware of the storm swirling just outside their dreams. Each heartbeat echoed with anticipation, and if one listened closely, they could hear the faint whispers of poets' souls yearning for that elixir, a drink that would set their spirits free. As Odin approached the honeyed mead, the sweetness danced around him, wrapping him in a warm embrace. He could almost taste the brilliance it promised, the words that would flow like a river from his lips, the stories that would echo through time. But before he could seize this nectar of creation, he had to navigate the labyrinth of Suttungr's deceptive defenses. Within, the shadows flickered, and the very rocks seemed to pulse with life, as if the cave itself was alive, watching, waiting. Suddenly, the ground shook. Suttungr stirred, his giant form shifting like a mountain in the night. Odin's heart raced. Here, in this moment, lay the tension of 1,000 tales. Would he emerge victorious, or would he be crushed beneath the weight of the giant's fury? With a deft flick of his wrist, Odin summoned a spell, weaving intricate threads of magic that shimmered in the twilight. The cave filled with the sound of distant laughter, haunting yet inviting. In the midst of this chaos, the mead glowed brighter, calling to him like a lover's whisper. The taste of poetry danced on his tongue, and he could feel the pulse of creation thrumming beneath his skin. With a swift motion, he snatched the goblet, cradling it as if it were the very essence of life itself. But the moment he grasped it, the ground erupted, and Sutungar's roar echoed through the cave like thunder, shaking the walls and stirring the sleeping giants. "Thief!" Sutungar bellowed, his eyes like molten steel, blazing with fury. In that instant, Odin's trickery was revealed. It was a battle not just of strength, but of wits, and the stakes were higher than any mortal could fathom. The fate of poetry hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of existence. As the confrontation unfolded, the air thickened with tension. Odin, ever the strategist, began to spin tales of glory and grandeur, weaving words that danced like fireflies in the night. Each phrase was a brushstroke painting vivid images in the minds of the giants, and for every word he spoke, the atmosphere shimmered with potential. Sutungar, caught in the web of Odin's artistry, found himself entranced, the anger melting away into intrigue. But this was no mere trick. It was a desperate gamble. As Odin understood that the mead was not just a drink, but a vessel of creation meant for those who dared to dream. The sparks of inspiration ignited in his soul like a wildfire. Here was the intertwining of fate and creativity, a delicate balance that could only thrive in the face of danger. The mead, still cradled in Odin's hands, glistened under the flickering torchlight, its magic not meant for just one. It whispered promises of transformation, beckoning to poets and dreamers across the ages. What if it could unlock the hearts of not just one, but many? The thought quickened his pulse, as he realized that he held the key to something far greater than himself. In the presence of giants, he could elevate the spirits of humanity, turning mere mortals into legends. In a moment of clarity, Odin made a choice. With a sweeping gesture, he poured the mead into the air, letting it rain down like golden droplets of inspiration. Each drop shimmered with potential, landing softly on the earth, awakening the hearts of poets, bards, and dreamers far and wide. The sound of laughter erupted from the cave as the giants, caught in the rapture of creation, found themselves inspired. The walls of the cave, once silent, now reverberated with the echoes of newfound artistry. Creators emerged from the shadows, their pens poised to capture the beauty that flowed from the depths of their souls. And in that moment, amidst the chaos and the brilliance of creativity, the line between the divine and the mortal blurred, creating a tapestry of inspiration that would last through the ages. As the mead continued to fall like rain, something remarkable happened. The air thickened with ideas, dreams swirling, intertwining, creating a symphony of voices reaching out to one another. Each heartbeat resonated with the pulse of creation, and the world outside the cave awakened to the melodies of the universe. The stories of heroes and lovers, battles and triumphs surged forth, as if the mead itself had unlocked a reservoir of creativity that could never be contained. Odin, standing tall as the embodiment of inspiration, felt a surge of emotion wash over him. He had not just stolen a drink, he had ignited a revolution of creativity that would ripple throughout time. With every breath, the air crackled with potential, a reminder that the act of creation is the very essence of existence. The mead of poetry was not merely a drink, it was a promise. A gift that belonged to all who dared to dream, transcending the boundaries of the mortal realm. And as the echoes of creation continued to reverberate through the ages, the giants and the gods, the poets and the bards, would forever be intertwined in a dance of inspiration. The night grew lighter, and with it the promise of stories yet untold, waiting to burst forth from the hearts of those touched by the magic of the mead. The fire of creativity blazed on, simmering just beneath the surface, ready to erupt into a brilliant tapestry of life, love, and legend, as they moved toward the next unfolding tale that awaited beyond the horizon. In the flickering light of a dying campfire, shadows danced against the canvas of the night, whispering secrets of what lay beyond. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and as the last embers glowed, they seemed to pulse with a life of their own, casting long, eerie shapes across the clearing. Stories of the afterlife hung in the air like thick mist, tales that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand up and hearts race with a blend of fear and fascination. Across time, cultures have spun rich tapestries of myths surrounding death and what follows. In ancient Egypt, the soul's journey was a sacred odyssey, crossing the treacherous waters of the Duat, where the heart was weighed against a feather so light it could only belong to Mayat, the goddess of truth. If the heart was found heavy with sin, it would be devoured by Ammit, the terror of those who failed her test. The thought of being torn apart by a creature shaped like a crocodile, lion, and hippopotamus sent shivers through the people, keeping them tethered to a life of righteousness, their actions dictated by the looming shadow of death. Meanwhile, far to the east in ancient China, the afterlife was an intricate puzzle of ancestors and spirits. The dead were believed to linger, their presence woven into the very fabric of family life. In homes filled with the fragrance of incense, offerings of food and wine were laid out as gestures of respect and love. Each spirit had a place, and the living were haunted by the need to honor those who had passed. Otherwise, the restless spirits would stir, bringing misfortune. The fear of neglecting these sacred ties weighed heavily, echoing through the generations. In the Americas, the Aztecs looked to the heavens, believing the afterlife was filled with challenges. Those who died in battle or during childbirth were granted passage to the sun, to bask in its glory. But the common folk faced a much grimmer fate, trapped in the cold underworld of Mictlan, the realm of the dead ruled by the skeletal god. Souls of the unworthy wandered through 9 treacherous layers, seeking the elusive final rest, forever haunted by the weight of their earthly deeds. Each layer brought trials, each step a reminder of the life they had lived, and the terror of being forever lost fueled their actions in life. Then there was the haunting specter of the Grim Reaper, a skeletal figure cloaked in shadow, wielding a sickle. This personification of death, with roots in European folklore, became a symbol of the inevitable end. Each sighting sent chills down spines, a reminder that life was fleeting and that death claimed all. Stories of encounters with the Reaper were whispered in hushed tones, often ending with the tale of a soul spirited away, leaving loved ones behind in despair. The fear of being called by this dark figure lingered like a storm cloud, ready to envelop anyone who dared to forget their mortality. In Africa, the concept of life after death varied widely, with some tribes believing in reincarnation and others in an eternal spirit world. The stories of ancestors returning as animals or even in the likeness of their descendants added layers of complexity to the fear of death, intertwining life with the legacy of those who had come before. The spirits of the ancestors became both protectors and watchers, their whispers urging the living to honor tradition and respect the cycle of life. Yet, the anxiety of missteps, of failing to uphold the customs, sent tremors through the community, for the anger of the ancestors could unleash plagues or curses. In the shadows of these rich, diverse myths lay a common thread, an unshakable fear of the unknown. The afterlife, despite being painted in a myriad of colors and stories, remained elusive and terrifying. Each culture struggled to grapple with what lay beyond, weaving tales that offered both comfort and dread. The legends served as warnings, as reminders of the fragility of life, each story a cautionary tale wrapped in the cloak of myth and tradition. As the fire crackled and the shadows flickered, the weight of these shared beliefs pressed down like a fog. The flickering lights seemed to echo the heartbeat of humanity's eternal struggle with death, a struggle that never truly ended. Each myth, each story carried echoes of grief and hope, of fear and resilience. And just like that, as the darkness deepened, a chill swept through the night, reminding all who listened that the shadows of death were always lurking, waiting to ensnare the unwary in their cold embrace, drawing them closer to the mysteries that awaited beyond the veil. And as the last remnants of daylight faded, the whispers grew louder, intertwining with the rustle of leaves and the sighs of the restless spirits. For they knew that the stories were far from over. The shadows were only beginning to take form. Each tale, each myth, fed into the next, creating a loop of fear and fascination that continued to spiral outwards, drawing in every soul brave enough to confront the dread of death. The embers flickered one last time, leaving the listeners clutching their hearts, eyes wide, as they braced for the next chilling revelation that awaited them in the darkness. In the flickering shadows of a great mead hall, where the scent of roast boar mingled with the sound of laughter and the clang of tankards, stories of brave warriors and wise women echoed through the night. The Norse world wasn't just ruled by men with swords raised high. It thrummed with the strength of women who carved their own legends, women who defied the expectations of their time. Shield maidens, fierce and unyielding, fought alongside their brothers, while seeresses, cloaked in mystery, wielded the power of foresight that sent shivers down the spines of even the boldest men. In the dim light of the hall, a woman named Lagertha stood, her armor gleaming like polished silver. She was not just another face in the crowd. She was a warrior, her name whispered reverently across the lands. With a heart steeled by countless battles and a spirit that refused to be tamed, Lagertha was a true shield maiden, a beacon of hope in a world dominated by male bravado. As the fires crackled, the men around her spoke of glory on the battlefield. But she was not merely a participant. She was a force to be reckoned with, a warrior who could slice through the air with her sword as effortlessly as the winter wind cut through the trees. But her strength was not just in her blade. Lagertha's heart beat with the rhythms of the earth, attuned to the whispers of the winds that carried tales of the future. The seeresses, women like the enigmatic Sibyl, held a sacred place in Norse society. They were revered and feared, their prophecies often shrouded in riddles that left men pondering long after the last word had been spoken. In a corner of the hall, Sibyl sat, her long hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, her eyes sparkling with a knowing light. She could see beyond the present, glimpsing threads of fate weaving themselves into the tapestry of time. As she spoke, her voice was a soft lullaby, yet it stirred a tempest in the hearts of her listeners. "Beware the raven's call," she would say, her tone laced with urgency, sending tremors of dread through those who dared listen. In its shadow, betrayal lies. The men would shift uncomfortably, glancing at each other, their bravado wavering. For in the Norse world, a prophecy was not something to be taken lightly. It was a harbinger of destiny, a warning that could alter the course of lives. The tales of the shield maidens and seeresses intertwined like a powerful braid, each strand a story of courage and foresight. Like Freya, the goddess of love and war, who embodied the duality of strength and compassion, these women navigated a world that often sought to diminish their power. Freya rode into battle on her chariot pulled by two fierce cats, a symbol of both ferocity and femininity. She inspired countless women to take up arms, to charge into the fray, proving that glory wasn't reserved for men alone. As years flowed like the rivers that carved their land, tales of women warriors spread far and wide. Some men would mock, dismissing the very idea of women wielding swords. But for those who had fought beside Lagertha, who had felt her fierce spirit and seen her skill with a blade, there was no room for doubt. The battle cries of shield maidens rang through the valleys, challenging the very notion of what it meant to be strong. Their laughter mingled with the clang of swords, echoing against the mountains, their spirits as unyielding as the stone itself. In the shadows of the great hall, a new story was unfolding. The whispers of a coming war filled the air, a tension thick enough to cut with a knife. As the men prepared for battle, the shield maidens gathered, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of impending conflict. They donned their armor, each piece a testament to their resilience, each scratch and dent a badge of honor. This was their moment. This was their fight. But even as they prepared, the seeresses watched with keen eyes, sensing the weight of fate pressing down upon them. A chill crept through the hall, freezing laughter in mid-sentence. Sybil stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. The tides of the battle are shifting. Dark clouds gather on the horizon. A hush fell over the room, the anticipation of what was to come heavy in the air. And then, as if summoned by her words, a piercing wail echoed from outside, cutting through the night. It was the sound of the raven, its wings beating against the wind like a war drum. In that moment, fear and resolve coiled together in the hearts of the warriors and seers alike. They understood, all too well, that the burdens of fate were not to be taken lightly. With hearts racing, they gathered around Sybil, who began to weave a tapestry of words, her voice rising and falling like the waves of the sea. "Listen closely," she urged, her tone almost hypnotic. "The path ahead will test you. But remember, the strength you carry is born of the earth, the sky, and the very fire that warms your souls. Trust in what you feel, not just in what you see." Outside the hall, the air crackled with energy as dark shapes loomed on the horizon, the promise of war mingling with the sense of burning wood and the distant clamor of swords. Shield maidens gripped their weapons tightly, their resolve hardening like iron. They would not back down. They would fight not just for their honor, but for the future they believed in. As the ravens circled above, casting shadows over the land, it became clear that the night was only just beginning, and in those moments of uncertainty, the true spirit of the Norse women, fierce, wise, and resolute, would rise to meet whatever fate had in store. The lines of history blurred, weaving together their stories as they prepared to step into the fray, where legends would be born anew. In the flickering light of a dying fire, shadows danced across the faces of eager listeners, their eyes wide with anticipation. The room was thick with the scent of smoke and the rich warmth of camaraderie, a gathering that echoed the timeless rhythm of a tradition older than most people could remember. Here, under the watchful gaze of ancestral spirits, stories flowed like the rivers of their homeland, weaving a tapestry that connected the past to the present, a living bridge of shared memory and cultural identity. At the center of this circle sat an elder, his face a map of wrinkles and wisdom, each line a story yearning to be told. His voice, gravelly yet melodic, rose above the crackling flames as he recounted the epic tales of heroes and journeys that shaped their world. "Once, in the time of gods and giants," he began, and the air seemed to thicken with the weight of history. It was as if the very walls were holding their breath. Children nestled closer, their hearts pounding with excitement, while the adults leaned in, drawn by the magnetic pull of the words. Each tale was a thread, binding them to their ancestors and each other, revealing the trials and triumphs of those who had come before. These stories were not just entertainment, they were lifelines, lessons cloaked in adventure, whispering hints of bravery, loyalty, and the unyielding spirit of a people forged in fire and ice. The sagas, passed down through generations, were more than mere stories. They were the very essence of existence, a way to understand the world, to navigate the complexities of life. They spoke of women who wielded power quietly, of men whose swords sang songs of valor, and of the land itself, a character in its own right, alive with mysteries and magic. As the elder narrated, the landscape of their ancestors painted itself vividly in the minds of the listeners. They could almost feel the chill of the northern winds and the warmth of the sun on their backs. hear the distant crash of waves against rugged shores. Every tale was a thread of the past, yet it was alive in the present moment, echoing with the laughter and gasps of the audience. The elder's voice transformed into that of the hero, the villain, the wise woman, each character bursting forth with vivid life. The stories carried the weight of ancient wisdom, lessons that resonated through the ages. "Remember," he warned in a hushed tone, "what happens to those who betray trust?" The tension in the room thickened, a collective shiver passing through the hearts of the listeners, the lesson hitting home like a flash of lightning illuminating a darkened sky. The night wore on, and the fire began to wane, casting long, haunting shadows that leapt and twirled, embodying the very spirits of those who lived in the stories, the warriors, the wanderers, the dreamers. It was in these moments that the boundary between the past and present blurred, where time felt like a mere whisper, echoing truths that remained ever relevant. The sagas were not confined to history. They were the pulse of their identity, raw, unfiltered, and eternally vibrant. With each tale, the elder would pause, allowing the weight of the words to settle, letting the emotions hang in the air like the last notes of a haunting melody. He would look around the circle, meeting the eyes of the young and old alike, ensuring they grasped the profound truth nestled within the fabric of the story. But remember, not all tales end in glory, he would remind them, his tone shifting from uplifting to somber. Fate can twist even the strongest of hearts, and sometimes the bravest of souls must confront their own darkness. A hush would fall, and in that silence the crackling fire seemed to roar louder. Each pop a reminder of the fragility of life. The listeners' hearts raced, caught between the thrill of adventure and the stark reality of loss and sacrifice. They understood that these stories were not just about distant lands and mythical beings. They were mirrors reflecting their own struggles, fears, and hopes. As the flames flickered lower, the elder shifted to a story of love and longing, a tale of separation that left a bitter taste in the air. They loved fiercely, but fate had other plans, he would whisper, his voice a soft caress against the backdrop of the night. It was a story of a promise unfulfilled, of miles and mountains that stood between two souls destined to be together but torn apart by the whims of fortune. Eyes glistened with unshed tears, for these were not just characters, they were reflections of the listeners' own hearts, loves lost and dreams deferred. Then, just as the room felt heavy with sorrow, a twist would come. The elder would lift the mood with a tale of resilience, a hero who defied the odds and emerged from the darkness, stronger than before. The listeners would lean forward, breathless, as he painted a picture of triumph, their spirits lifting with every word. "You see," he would say, his eyes sparkling, "even in despair, there lies a spark of hope." The stories wove in and out of one another, each leading seamlessly to the next, creating an unbreakable chain that bound the present to the past. Each tale was a heartbeat, each listener a part of the living tapestry. The elder's voice rose and fell, a soothing lullaby that held them captive, luring them deeper into the embrace of their shared history. As the fire dwindled to glowing embers, the elder leaned closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "But listen closely," he urged, "for the stories are not just ours. They belong to the world." The listeners held their collective breath, the weight of his words filling the space with an electric tension. These tales have traveled through the ages, crossing seas and mountains, gathering dust and dreams. They are the echoes of humanity, and they will continue to resonate long after this fire has gone cold. The night grew darker, and as the fire faded to mere flickers, the elder's presence felt larger, as if he was not just a man but a vessel carrying the weight of countless souls. The listeners, their hearts still pounding with emotion, felt a stirring deep within, a connection to something greater than themselves. They understood, in that moment, that they were not just passive recipients of stories. They were active participants in an ongoing legacy, the torchbearers of a culture that valued the power of words, of shared experience, and of the unbreakable bonds forged in the act of storytelling. As the last of the embers glowed, the room remained filled with a charged silence, an electric anticipation for what would come next. The stories still swirling in the air, waiting to take flight once more, to continue their timeless journey through time and space, forever entwined in the hearts of those who listened. The sound of crashing waves echoed through the air, a rhythmic pulse that seemed to whisper secrets lost in time. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the restless sea, where fishermen cast their nets, hoping for a bountiful catch. But beyond the surface, amidst the swirling waters and the salty breeze, lay the ancient tales of Njord and the maritime gods, figures of myth who ruled the tides, storms, and the mysteries of the ocean. Njord, the god of the sea and the winds, stood tall in the hearts of sailors and warriors. His presence was both feared and revered, for he had the power to calm the fiercest storms or unleash tempests that could swallow entire fleets whole. Known for his wealth and generosity, he was often depicted with a luxurious long beard, his fingers adorned with rings made of the finest gold. Njord, it was said, could fill sails with wind and bring fish to nets, a boon to those who honored him. On the shores where the land met the sea, the whispers of the gods danced in the air. The fishermen would gather, their voices a blend of laughter and solemnity as they shared old tales of Njord. Stories passed down from generation to generation told of how Njord, in his mighty longship crafted from the wood of ancient trees, would traverse the skies, guiding lost souls back to safety. The sea was his domain, but his heart was woven with the fabric of humanity, always longing to help those who dared to brave the waters. Yet the sea was not merely a playground for Njord. It held many secrets, and not all of them were kind. Legends spoke of Ran, Njord's fearsome wife, who ruled over drowned souls. She would drag sailors to her underwater hall, where they would remain trapped, forever a part of the ocean's dark embrace. The contrast between Njord's nurturing spirit and Ran's cold grasp created an emotional turmoil that echoed in the hearts of those who ventured out. Would they return home, or would they succumb to the depths? With every fishing expedition, there was a rush of adrenaline mixed with a tinge of fear. Each wave that crashed against the boat was a reminder of the gods watching, judging, perhaps even playing. The fishermen would cast their nets with hope, but always with a quiet reverence for Njord, whispering prayers for fair winds and plentiful fish. The rituals were simple yet profound. A splash of salt water on the forehead, a handful of bread tossed into the sea as an offering, small gestures that connected them to the divine. As twilight descended, the sea transformed. The colors morphed into deep blues and violets, and the air turned thick with anticipation. Stories of the gods swirled like the mist rising from the water, igniting imaginations. Fishermen would gather around flickering lanterns, sharing tales of Njord's adventures, how he once saved a ship filled with warriors from certain doom, or how he chased away a storm that threatened a community's livelihood. In those moments, tears would glisten in the eyes of the listeners, for they understood the weight of the ocean's power. Njord was not simply a figure of the past, but a living embodiment of the sea's mystery and majesty. His laughter could be heard in the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, while his anger roared like thunder during storms. His essence was woven into every fiber of their lives, and the fishermen felt it in their bones. The ocean was their friend, their foe, and their fate. In the depths of the night, shadows danced across the water, and the fishermen spoke of the tales of old. When Njord battled the serpent Jormungandr, the world serpent that encircled the earth. The clash between the two titans reverberated through the ages, symbolizing the eternal struggle between chaos and order. Such stories filled the listeners with awe, igniting dreams of greatness and glory, yet also reminding them of the fragility of life when faced with the ocean's wrath. As the moon rose higher, casting a silvery glow upon the surface, the fishermen felt a chill run down their spines. It was in this atmospheric tension that they shared their deepest fears. The fear of losing a loved one to the depths, the terror of being caught in a storm without a prayer, and the dread of encountering the dark side of the sea. The shadows of Ran loomed larger at night, her presence a stark reminder that not all stories ended well. In these moments, a hush would fall over the group. They would gaze at the horizon, searching for signs, for omens. Would the waves dance gently, or would they roar? Would Njord grant them favor, or would the sea swallow them whole? It was this delicate balance between life and death, hope and despair, that kept their hearts racing. Each tale, each prayer, was a thread in a vast tapestry woven by the gods, binding them to the sea and each other. As dawn approached, the fishermen would prepare for another day, a mixture of fear and excitement in their hearts. They knew the sea could be merciful, but it could also be merciless. They would set sail, offering their respect to Njord and seeking his blessing, their spirits buoyed by the stories of old. With each passing wave, they would carry with them the weight of the past, the mysteries of the ocean, and the ever-present influence of the maritime gods. And so, as the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the fishermen found themselves caught in the ever-turning wheel of life, a cycle of longing and legacy, forever intertwined with the eternal mysteries of the sea. What awaited them beyond the horizon was unknown, a vast expanse waiting to be filled with tales of adventure, heartache, and the unyielding power of the gods who ruled the waters. Under the roaring skies filled with dark clouds, a longship sliced through the icy waters, its dragon-headed prow rising and falling with the rhythm of the waves. The air was thick with anticipation, and the crew's hearts raced. They were not just warriors. They were the living embodiment of tales spun from the threads of Norse mythology. To them, each oarstroke echoed with the mighty roar of Odin and the laughter of Loki, weaving their destinies into the fabric of a world that balanced on the edge of the unknown. In Viking society, these myths were more than mere stories. They were the very essence of life itself. The gods, giants, and heroes shaped their understanding of courage, loyalty, and fate. The tales of Thor wielding his hammer to protect humanity, or Freya riding her chariot drawn by cats, stirred something primal within the hearts of these seafaring people. The sagas were not just entertainment, they were lessons etched in the minds of the young and old alike, guiding them through the trials of life and death. Around the flickering firelight, families gathered, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. A storyteller, cloaked in the mystery of night, captivated his audience with the saga of Ragnarok, the end of the world foretold. Gasps filled the air as he described the chaos that would ensue when the gods faced their greatest foes. The children huddled close, eyes wide, while the elders nodded knowingly, recalling the weight of the prophecy that hung over them. This was not a tale to be taken lightly. It was a reminder of the constant struggle between order and chaos, a battle that played out in their everyday lives. As the night wore on, the stories transformed from mere words into living legends, weaving a tapestry of cultural identity. The belief in fate, or weird, was a guiding force, and it inspired the Vikings to face the harsh realities of their world with bravery. They believed that honor was paramount. A warrior's death in battle was not the end, but a glorious passage to Valhalla, where they would feast and fight alongside Odin and the other gods for eternity. This conviction breathed life into their battles, making each clash not just a fight for survival, but a sacred journey toward something greater. In the villages, children played games inspired by their heroes. They wielded wooden swords, imitating Thor's mighty blows as they enacted epic battles against the frost giants. Laughter rang out, but beneath the joy lay a profound understanding of the world around them. These children were learning the very essence of being a Viking: to be brave, to be loyal, and to confront their fears head-on, just as the gods had done in the stories. The landscape around them was painted with the influence of Norse mythology, from the sacred groves where warriors prayed for strength before battle to the towering stone carvings depicting their gods. Each village became a living testament to their beliefs, a place where the mythos of the past intertwined with the lives of everyday people. The gods were not distant figures. They were part of the community, guiding and protecting every person from the smallest child to the mightiest warrior. But darkness loomed over even the most vibrant tales. As the Vikings sailed into foreign lands, their encounters with other cultures brought both exchange and conflict. With each raid and each trade, they carried their myths with them, infusing them into the tapestry of other societies. The stories of Odin and Thor mingled with the beliefs of the Celtic tribes and beyond, creating a rich, albeit turbulent, cultural landscape. The clash of traditions brought about an evolution of thought. They began to question their own beliefs, pondering the nature of fate and the gods who shaped it. Yet, even amid such turmoil, the core of Viking society remained steadfast in its devotion to the myths. They turned to their gods in times of need, offering sacrifices and invoking blessings. In the face of adversity, the sagas of bravery inspired them to keep pushing forward. Each generation carried the torch, passing down the tales that ignited the fire of resilience and courage, making them who they were. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sea, the stories echoed in the hearts of those who remained ashore, watching their kin venture into the unknown. The weight of their ancestors lingered in the air, a reminder of the sacrifices made and the fierce loyalty that bound them together. The songs of their people swelled, a harmonious blend of hope and defiance, weaving a connection across time and space. Each battle fought, every triumph celebrated, became a chapter in an ever-unfolding saga. The Viking identity was not simply defined by the strength of their arms or the cunning of their minds. It was anchored in the stories that shaped their very souls. Norse myths breathed life into their existence, offering a lens through which they viewed the world, filled with wonder, danger, and possibility. And so, as the ships faded into the horizon and the echoes of laughter lingered in the night, the cultural impact of these myths rippled through Viking society. Their tales, rich with emotion and filled with profound meaning, would continue to inspire, leading them forward into the twilight of the known world and into the shadows of the unknown, where new adventures and stories awaited. Each person, from the youngest child to the oldest warrior, carried a piece of that legacy within, a bond that transcended time, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In a dimly lit hall, the shadows danced on intricately carved wooden beams, whispering tales of gods and giants. The air crackled with tension as the flickering flame from the hearth illuminated the faces of those gathered, their eyes wide with anticipation. These were storytellers, guardians of ancient lore, who held the power to transport their listeners to worlds shaped by thunder and magic. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a new force was creeping into their narratives, a force that would forever change the fabric of their myths. As the stories began, the echoes of Thor's hammer rang out, resonating with the hearts of all present. They spoke of bravery, of battles fought and lost, of gods who walked among men. But just beyond the warmth of the fire, the whispers of a different belief began to creep in. Soft at first, like the rustle of leaves in the wind, but growing stronger, more insistent. This was the voice of Christianity, a new faith that brought promises of love, redemption, and eternal life, and with it, a challenge to the very essence of Norse mythology. A renowned skald stepped forward, his voice steady yet tinged with uncertainty. He recounted the tale of Odin, the All-Father, who sacrificed himself on the world tree Yggdrasil to gain wisdom. The audience hung on every word, their breath held tight, hearts pounding with the thrill of the epic. But as he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Would the growing influence of Christianity reshape their beloved stories? Would Odin's sacrifice be overshadowed by the tale of Christ's own suffering? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavier, laden with unspoken fears. The skald continued, but now the familiar motifs of struggle and bravery began to twist. In the tales of old, giants represented chaos, the very embodiment of the untamed world. But as new ideas floated in like morning mist, the giants morphed into something else, symbols of a world that needed to be tamed, subdued by the grace of a single God who promised peace. It was a subtle transformation, yet it sent chills down the spines of the listeners who could feel the stories they cherished starting to slip through their fingers like grains of sand. Outside, the wind howled like a wolf, a mournful sound that echoed the uncertainty brewing in the hearts of the people. They had always known the importance of balance, between order and chaos, between light and darkness. But now, the encroaching light of Christianity threatened to cast shadows over their cherished gods, diminishing their might and significance. Would Thor still reign as the thunder god, or would he fade into legend, replaced by a shepherd of peace? A shiver rippled through the crowd as they recalled the story of Balder, the radiant god whose death marked a dark turning point in the Norse cosmos. In the new tales, Balder became a symbol of sacrifice, echoing Christ's own suffering. This transformation tugged at the hearts of the old warriors who once fought valiantly for their gods. Would they now be asked to accept a new narrative, one that glorified meekness over valor? The thought sent ripples of discomfort through the air, intertwining with the smoke from the fire, creating an oppressive weight that hung over them. Then there came a murmur. An old woman, her voice trembling yet fierce, reminded them of the old tales of Freya, goddess of love and war. Her spirit was indomitable, her passion fierce. Yet even Freya's stories began to shift, morphing into tales of a Virgin Mary, a figure of compassion and purity. It was a heartbreaking juxtaposition, one that left the listeners tormented. Could they reconcile the fierce warrior goddess with this new, tender image? The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like memories, taunting them with what was slipping away. The tension mounted as the stories intertwined, weaving threads of Christianity into the fabric of their ancient beliefs. The skald, sensing the turmoil, tried to redirect the narrative, speaking of the great Ragnarok, the end of the world where gods would clash with giants. Yet even this tale began to shift. Could it be seen as a divine judgment, a cleansing fire that mirrored Christian apocalyptic visions? The audience felt their very core tremble under the weight of such a thought. Would their beloved gods fall to the might of a single god, their struggles reduced to mere echoes in the annals of time? And then, out of the darkness, came a flicker of defiance. A young man, filled with passion and fire, stood up. "Why must we abandon our stories?" he shouted. "Our tales of strength, courage, and honor are worth preserving. We can find a way to coexist." His words rang out, fierce and unyielding, stirring the spirit of those who had felt the cold grip of doubt. In that moment, the hall erupted in murmurs of agreement, a gathering storm of emotion as the old warriors and wise women rallied around their heritage. Each story now became a battleground, a place where old beliefs clashed with new ideals. They spoke of Loki, the trickster god, who represented chaos and change. In the new narratives, what was once seen as mischief began to take on a more complex character, challenging the very notions of good and evil. Was Loki a harbinger of chaos or a necessary disruptor? A spirit that urged them to question and fight against the tide of conformity. As the night wore on, the tension in the room grew thick, charged with a mix of fear and hope. The very essence of their identity hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of transformation. The flickering flames cast long shadows, shadows that whispered of a future neither wholly Norse nor wholly Christian, but an amalgamation, a new tapestry woven from threads of both worlds. The stories flowed on, building in intensity, each word an echo of a battle fought not just in realms above but in the hearts of those who listened. Would they embrace this change? Or would they fight to preserve the essence of their gods? The air hummed with uncertainty, the struggle palpable as the flames flickered and danced, casting a glow on faces wrought with passion, fear, and longing. The night was far from over, and neither were the tales. And somewhere in the distance, the whispers of change continued to weave their way into the very fabric of existence, as if destiny itself held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In a time long before the world was divided by screens and borders, when battles were fought with steel and bravery, there existed a tapestry of stories woven with the threads of heroism, sacrifice, and the struggles of the everyday. Among the towering giants and glorious legends of Norse mythology, there lay a treasure trove of lesser-known figures whose tales slipped quietly into the shadows. They were the unsung warriors, the guardians of the weak, and the voices of wisdom that echoed through the halls of forgotten history. And it is in their stories that we find the true essence of what it meant to be a hero. Take for instance the tale of Hrolf Kraki, a king whose destiny was forged not in the fires of grand battles but in the quiet corners of obscurity. With a heart as vast as the fjords and a spirit that burned brightly, Hrolf was often overshadowed by the mighty warriors around him. Yet he possessed a fierce loyalty and an unwavering sense of justice that inspired his followers. In a world where valor was measured by the weight of one's sword, Hrolf's strength lay in his kindness and his refusal to abandon those in need. As the winter winds howled outside, Hrolf gathered the young and the old, sharing tales that warmed the very soul. He would speak of the gods, of their triumphs and tribulations, weaving the fabric of their struggles into the lives of his people. Even the mightiest gods need champions, he would say, his voice resonating like the thunder that rolled across the sky. The villagers would lean in, captivated, their hearts swelling with pride as they clung to the words of the man who stood for them. Then there was the tale of Sigurbjorn, the brave shield maiden who defied the odds in a world that often sought to silence women. Her deeds were not sung in the grand halls, but they lived on in the whispers of those who witnessed her courage. It was said that she could wield a sword as fiercely as any man, but her true strength lay in her resolve. During a fierce raid when the enemy had come to plunder and destroy, it was Sigurbjorn who rallied the villagers. "We will not falter," she proclaimed, her voice cutting through the chaos like a beacon of light. Her words ignited a fire within those who listened, and against all odds they stood firm, defending their home with the ferocity of lions. A shiver ran through the crowd as they remembered the fierce determination of Sigurbjorn. Each strike of her sword was a testament to the iron will that dwelled within her, a reminder that true heroism is often found in the quiet strength of individuals who refuse to back down, even when the world feels insurmountable. And who could forget Voland, the master blacksmith whose hands crafted wonders that glimmered like stars in the night sky? His life was a saga of triumph and tragedy, marked by the fiery forge that became both his sanctuary and his prison. Captured by a brutal king, Voland was forced to toil endlessly, yet he never surrendered his spirit. With every hammer strike, he poured his pain into the metal, forging weapons that would one day turn against his captors. When at last he escaped, the sound of his hammer echoed throughout the land, a battle cry that inspired the downtrodden to rise up and reclaim their destinies. As the fires of his forge blazed, those who gathered witnessed not just the creation of weapons, but the birth of hope. Voland's story was one of resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the flame of rebellion could ignite. The villagers held their breath, each heart beating in rhythm with the hammer's song, longing for the day when they too could stand tall and fight for their freedom. Yet, as the night wore on, the stories grew heavier, drenched in the bittersweet taste of loss and sacrifice. They spoke of the healer Air, whose hands had the power to mend both flesh and spirit. In a time when sickness ravaged the land, Air wandered from village to village, easing the pain of her people. Her heart ached for every soul she encountered, and her compassion became a balm for the weary. Air's eyes sparkled with a wisdom that belied her youth, and when she spoke, the air seemed to shimmer with an unspoken magic. "Healing is not just the body, but the spirit," she would say, her gentle touch instilling a sense of hope. With each patient she tended to, she crafted a tapestry of love and resilience, teaching them that strength came not just from the sword, but also from the heart. As the stories intertwined, the atmosphere grew thick with emotion. The villagers felt the weight of each hero's triumphs and heartaches, their hearts swelling with pride, sorrow, and a fierce desire to honor those whose names had faded into obscurity. The tales of Hrolf, Sigurbjorn, Volund, and Eir were but a glimpse into a world filled with forgotten heroes whose legacies whispered through the ages, urging the living to remember and to carry their spirit forward. In the flickering firelight, as the shadows danced on the walls, there was a palpable sense of connection, a thread that bound them to those who had fought valiantly in the shadows. It was a reminder that heroism wasn't reserved for the grand and the glorious. It lived in the hearts of those who chose to stand up, to speak out, and to act in the face of adversity. And as the night deepened, the stories continued to flow, weaving a rich tapestry of emotion, each tale a reminder that even in silence, heroes linger, waiting for their moment to shine once more. A storm raged on the surface of the ocean, waves crashing like thunder against the ships that dared to cross its treacherous expanse. Beneath the tumultuous waters, something stirred, coiling in the inky depths, a serpent of unimaginable size, its body encircling the very world itself. This was Jormungandr, the world serpent, a creature so enormous that its tail was said to grasp its own mouth, an eternal circle of power and dread. Sailors whispered tales of its presence, warning each other, for to encounter the serpent was to face inevitable doom. The legends spoke of how Jormungandr was born of Loki, the trickster god, and the giantess Angerboda. It was a union that brought forth chaos, for Jormungandr was no ordinary creature. He was destined to become a harbinger of destruction. As he grew, he pushed against the limits of his prison, the sea itself bursting with the energy of his fury. The gods, in their fear, decided to cast him away, tossing him into the ocean that stretched endlessly around the realm of Midgard, binding him to an eternity beneath the waves. As he swam through the depths, Jormungandr's scales shimmered like obsidian, absorbing the light that dared to penetrate the water. His eyes glowed with an ancient wisdom, yet they held a darkness that chilled the hearts of those who gazed into them. Fishermen, brave or foolish, spoke of glimpses of his massive form breaking the surface, sending tremors through their small boats. The ocean became a realm of terror, where shadows danced just beyond sight, and the very air crackled with the energy of something primal lurking just beneath. The myths spoke of a prophecy. When Jormungandr released his tail from his mouth, chaos would reign. The earth would quake, the skies would darken, and the great battle known as Ragnarok would commence. Many tried to dismiss these tales as mere stories, yet the fear lingered. Children grew up hearing the name Jormungandr, whispered in hushed tones by flickering fires, their imaginations igniting with images of a gigantic serpent rising from the depths to consume the world. One sailor, Eric, had long been fascinated by the tales. He was not just drawn to the legend, he felt an inexplicable connection to the serpent. He had spent years on the open sea, always searching, always hoping to catch sight of the creature that haunted his dreams. As the sky darkened with ominous clouds, he gripped the wheel of his ship, the Frostwind, and steered into the storm, a fierce determination coursing through him. The wind howled and rain lashed against the visage of the ship, but Eric pressed on, heart racing with both fear and exhilaration. He had heard whispers of fishermen who had seen Jormungandr, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror. Each encounter seemed to come with its own warning, yet Eric felt the pull of fate, urging him toward the unknown. Was it madness or bravery that drove him onward? He could not tell. As he braved the storm, the air grew thick, charged with an energy he could not understand. The waves began to churn violently, rising higher and higher until they seemed to reach for the heavens. It was then that Eric saw it, a massive shape moving beneath the surface, a ripple that spread across the water like a shockwave. He felt his heart pound in his chest, the thrill of discovery mingling with the dread of the unknown. The serpent emerged, breaking the surface in a magnificent display of power. Jormungandr was even more terrifying than the tales had described. His scales glistened like polished steel, the sun reflecting off them in a way that made him appear as if he were forged from the very essence of the sea. Eric's breath caught in his throat as the serpent's enormous head rose, revealing fangs that could swallow a man whole. A roar echoed across the water, a sound that resonated deep within Eric's soul. It was a sound of warning, of fury, of a creature that had been wronged. Jormungandr's eyes locked onto Eric's, a gaze that seemed to pierce through time and space, revealing the raw power and ancient sorrow that lay within the beast. The sailor felt an overwhelming wave of emotions crash over him: fear, awe, and a strange sense of understanding. In that moment, Eric knew that the tales were true. The serpent was alive, breathing, filled with a rage that stemmed from betrayal and isolation. As thunder rolled in the distance, Jormungandr thrashed his body, causing tidal waves that threatened to swallow the ship whole. Eric's heart raced, each beat like a drum heralding the end of days, yet he could not look away. It was as if he were standing on the edge of the precipice, staring into the abyss, and the abyss stared back. The water roiled around the ship, and Eric shouted out to the serpent, his voice barely rising above the tempest. He felt that he was not merely an intruder. There was a connection, a moment of understanding between man and beast. Jormungandr paused, his large eyes narrowing as if gauging the sailor's intent. The air vibrated with unspoken words, a language older than time itself. In that charged instant, the world around them faded. There was only the serpent and the sailor, two beings entwined in an eternal dance of fate. Eric reached out, feeling a pull, a magnetic force drawing him closer to the creature of legend. The world faded away, and the storm around them became but a whisper, a mere backdrop to the looming confrontation of destiny that was about to unfold. The serpent seemed to understand the weight of what was to come. It was not just a confrontation between man and beast. It was a clash of prophecies, a moment that would echo through the ages. As Eric stood at the helm, the horizon darkened with the promise of what lay ahead. The cycle was about to repeat, a loop that tied the past to the present and the future in ways that defied understanding. Time itself hung in the balance, and as Eric faced the mighty Jormungandr, he felt the world shift beneath his feet. Destiny awaited, and the storm was only the beginning. In a world where shadows loomed large and the echoes of clashing swords pierced the air, the battlefield was a canvas splattered with the hues of valor and despair. Tyr, the revered god of war and justice, stood at the forefront, his presence a blend of fierce determination and unwavering resolve. His eyes, a stormy gray, reflected the turmoil of a world caught in the throes of conflict, where every choice could tip the scales of fate. It was said that he wielded a sword crafted from the very essence of justice itself, a blade that gleamed with the promise of truth. Each swing resonated with the cries of the innocent and the cries of the guilty alike. Tyr had long been a stalwart protector, a figure who fought not just for victory, but for the very principles that underpinned existence. But in the thick of war, where might often overshadow right, His trials were as daunting as the enemies he faced. The chilling winds of the north whispered tales of a dark prophecy. A treacherous alliance between giants and dark elves threatened to plunge the realms into chaos. As Tyr gathered his allies, the weight of responsibility bore heavily on his shoulders. The warriors looked to him, their eyes filled with both admiration and apprehension. Each day brought fresh skirmishes, and the air crackled with tension as if the world itself held its breath. On a fateful morning, the sky turned an unnaturally dark shade, and the ground trembled underfoot. Tyr stood at the edge of a precipice, his heart racing as he surveyed the valley below. It was a haunting sight. The bodies of fallen warriors lay like broken dolls, scattered across the blood-soaked earth. The cries of the wounded pierced the silence, a chilling reminder of the cost of war. Each life lost was a thread pulled from the fabric of existence, a reminder that justice demanded a toll. As he descended into the fray, the cacophony of battle enveloped him. Metal clashed, and the air was thick with the scent of sweat and blood. Tyr fought with a ferocity that surprised even himself, each strike echoing his commitment to justice. Yet, as he swung his sword, doubts began to creep into his mind like shadows in the night. Was he truly achieving justice, or merely perpetuating an endless cycle of violence? Among the chaos, a figure emerged, a giant of a man, towering and fierce with eyes like molten gold. This was Garmr, a monstrous beast who had sworn allegiance to the Dark Elves. Tyr's heart pounded. Here was a creature born of nightmares, and yet, in that moment, he saw a flicker of humanity. He hesitated, his mind racing with thoughts of the choices laid before him. To slay Garmr would mean victory, yet it would also mean extinguishing a life that might hold the key to understanding the Dark Alliance. A sudden roar shattered his contemplation as Garmr charged, and the ground shook beneath their feet. Tyr's instincts kicked in, and he parried the beast's blow, feeling the force reverberate through his bones. But as he fought, he couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper was at play. Each clash of their weapons seemed to resonate with the cries of those they had lost, a haunting reminder of the lives entwined in this conflict. In a rare moment of calm amidst the storm, Tyr caught a glimpse of a woman in the crowd watching in horror, her face pale and eyes wide. It was Freya, a priestess who had dedicated her life to the pursuit of peace. Their gazes met, and in that instant the entire world faded away. He saw in her eyes the embodiment of hope, a light flickering against the encroaching darkness. The weight of his choices crashed upon him. He wasn't merely fighting for victory, he was fighting for her, for the countless lives that would be forever altered by the choices he made today. With renewed determination, Tyr made a choice. He would not simply cut down Garmr, he would confront the beast's rage and seek the truth hidden in the chaos. "Stop!" he roared, his voice booming like thunder. To the surprise of everyone, including himself, he lowered his sword, holding it aloft not as a weapon, but as a beacon of understanding. The battlefield fell silent, the air thick with anticipation. Tyr stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. "Do you not see the futility of our conflict?" he called out to the giant. "Your strength is wasted in this war. We stand on a precipice, teetering between destruction and redemption. What binds us is greater than the hatred that drives us apart." Garmr hesitated, confusion flickering across his fierce features. The tide of war had always dictated that the strong crush the weak. But Tyr's words hung in the air like a fragile thread, begging to be pulled. The tension was palpable, like a taut string ready to snap. The soldiers on both sides exchanged wary glances, caught in the storm of uncertainty. In that moment, the churning storm of war seemed to pause, suspended in a delicate balance. Tyr's heart raced as he dared to hope that perhaps, just perhaps, there was a way to weave a different fate. But fate had a way of being cruel. With a sudden roar, Garmr charged once more, fueled by desperation that echoed Tyr's own fears. Steel clashed with steel, and the world erupted into chaos. Each blow felt like a hammer striking at the very core of justice itself. Tyr fought not just for survival, but for the souls of every warrior who had fallen, every life caught in the web of violence. The cries of the dying echoed, a haunting symphony that played on his heartstrings. Every clash, every scream, reminded him that the trials of war were not simply fought on the battlefield. They were fought within the hearts of every soul present. As the dust of battle swirled around them, the fate of both god and giant hung precariously in the balance, and the air crackled with the promise of change. The thin line between hope and despair shimmered like a mirage, tantalizing yet elusive. Tyr pressed forward, his resolve hardening, knowing somewhere in the chaos lay the key to true justice, and with it, the chance to reshape their destinies forever. The trials of Tyr were just beginning, and the echoes of their choices would ripple through time, leaving an indelible mark upon the world forever. The air crackled with tension, a thick fog rolling across the landscape as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow that hinted at the chaos to come. In the shadows, a figure loomed, colossal and menacing, a wolf of unimaginable power, muscles rippling beneath a coat as dark as a moonless night. This was Fenrir, the beast whose story was woven into the very fabric of Norse prophecy and dread. Legends swirling like the autumn leaves told of a time when Fenrir would break free from his chains, unleashed upon a world already teetering on the edge of destruction. Bound by the gods themselves, the giant wolf's fate was tied to the twilight of the heavens, a harbinger of Ragnarok. Whispered among warriors and skalds, tales of Fenrir were ones of fear and fascination, each recounting igniting the fire of a primal terror that echoed through the ages. The gods of Asgard, in their arrogance, had sought to contain Fenrir, believing they could control the very embodiment of chaos. They tricked his mother, the great giantess Angerboda, and while she wept bitterly for her son, they shackled him with chains forged by the dwarves, each link a testament to their growing dread. But Fenrir was no ordinary wolf. He sensed the deceit and the fear that lingered around him like a cloud. With each passing day, the chains tightened, and the whispers grew louder. In the dark recesses of his heart, Fenrir felt the pulse of destiny. He knew the prophecies that spoke of his impending release and the blood that would stain the ground when he was free. It was a bitter truth, one that filled his heart with both rage and sadness. The gods had turned to betrayal instead of understanding, and in their greed to control, they had not seen the inevitable unfolding of fate. As time marched on, Fenrir's rage simmered beneath the surface, each moment in chains deepening his resolve. The howl of the wind through the trees became a mournful lament, echoing his desire for freedom. The world outside his prison moved on, oblivious to the monster that awaited his moment, yet there were those who felt the tremors of his anger. The giants, kin to Fenrir, whispered of the coming storm, their hearts beating in rhythm with his fury. On the day of reckoning, prophecies would unfold like the petals of a black rose, revealing the horror and beauty of inevitable destruction. As the gods prepared for their final confrontation, they remained blissfully unaware of the weight of their choices. They thought themselves secure in their shining halls, but shadows loomed ever closer, creeping in like a thief in the night. The sacred bond of family was torn asunder when Fenrir's bloodline, the fearsome Fenris wolves, stirred, sensing their master's plight. When the day finally came, the air felt electric, charged with the anticipation of battle. The stars themselves seemed to tremble, as if aware that the skies would soon darken with the blood of gods and monsters alike. Fenrir, now a beast of titanic proportions, would rise to meet his fate. Bound no longer, he would claim his rightful place in the chaos of Ragnarok. The chains that had held Fenrir were but a metaphor for the power struggles that existed between gods and giants, the very essence of conflict woven into his being. In the moments leading up to his release, Fenrir could feel the forge of destiny pounding in his chest, the call of the wild, whispering promises of vengeance. Tides of sorrow and rage surged within him, giving life to a creature who had only known betrayal. As the first rays of dawn broke through the darkness, the earth trembled. The gods, blinded by their own hubris, prepared for the battle against the wolf they had underestimated. They clutched their weapons tightly, yet their hearts quaked with an underlying fear. They had thought chaining Fenrir would secure their safety, but in truth, it had only fueled the fire of his wrath. The moment Fenrir broke free was nothing short of cataclysmic. The chains shattered, splintering like glass, each piece a reminder of their folly. A roar erupted from his throat, echoing across mountains and valleys, sending tremors through the very foundations of the world. It was a sound that spoke of ancient wounds and the promise of vengeance, a sound that would herald the end of an era. As he burst forth, eyes glinting like shards of ice, the beasts of the earth stirred in fear. Creatures both great and small felt the weight of his anger, a vibration that coursed through the soil and into their very bones. The sky darkened, clouds swirling like a tempest, reflecting the turmoil of Fenrir's heart. He was no longer just a wolf. He was the embodiment of chaos, a force that would alter the fabric of existence. With each step he took, the world groaned, trees bending and rivers rising in response to his presence. The giants cheered, their voices melding with the wind, celebrating the release of their kin. The gods, however, stood frozen, their faces pale as the realization of their impending doom settled heavily upon them. Fenrir was more than a creature of fury. He was the harbinger of the end, the shadow that would eclipse their light. He would chase down Odin, the Allfather, and with a single bite, silence the wisdom that had once guided the gods. Fenrir would bring forth the twilight of the gods, his jaws snapping shut around the very essence of creation. It was a destiny forged in chains but born in blood, an eternal cycle that would echo through the ages, a story written in the stars. As the first clash erupted, the skies lit up with battle cries and the glowing embers of conflict. The earth trembled under the weight of history, and Fenrir became a force of nature, a whirlwind of fury and vengeance. With every heartbeat, the world edged closer to its reckoning. The prophecy had come alive, and there would be no stopping the tide of destruction that Fenrir would bring. The chaotic dance of life, death, and rebirth spiraled into motion, a cycle as ancient as time itself. And in that moment, the wolf of prophecy and destruction stood at the precipice, ready to unleash the storm. In the chilly air of Asgard, the sun cast a golden glow, spilling warmth over a land where gods walked among mortals. Laughter echoed through the halls of Valhalla. But beneath the merriment lay a haunting truth. Time was relentless. The Aesir, the mighty gods of Norse lore, faced an inevitable fate that loomed like a dark cloud on the horizon. In this sacred world, where strength and valor reigned, the secret to youth and immortality rested in the hands of a simple fruit, the golden apples of Idun. Idun, the keeper of these precious apples, was as radiant as the sun itself. Her laughter had the power to fill any heart with hope, and her gentle touch could soothe even the most troubled spirit. With her long, flowing hair that shimmered like spun gold and eyes as bright as the clearest sky, she embodied the essence of life and vitality. But as the seasons changed, a sense of unease crept into her heart. She felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on her, for without her apples, the Aesir would wither away, and their glory would fade into the shadows of myth. The golden apples were not mere fruits, they were lifelines. Each bite bestowed the gods with vigor and strength, a taste of eternal youth that kept them thriving against the relentless march of time. Odin, Thor, and Freya, all revered figures of strength and power, depended on Idun's bounty. Yet, as they reveled in their immortality, they remained blind to the lurking dangers that threatened their very existence. A dark figure watched from the edges of Asgard, a shadow with a heart torn by envy. Loki, the trickster god, was filled with a burning desire to prove himself. He saw the Aesir as arrogant, basking in their golden glory while he remained an outcast, forever the unwanted guest. What better way to assert his worth than by stealing the very source of their immortality? On a fateful day, when the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced like specters, Loki concocted a plan. He approached Idun under the guise of friendship, his silver tongue weaving words that dripped like honey. "Come, dear Idun," he said, pretending to admire her beauty. "I have discovered a new fruit, more divine than your golden apples. Allow me to show you, and you shall see the wonders I speak of." Idun, innocent and trusting, followed him to an enchanted grove that shimmered with vibrant colors. As she ventured deeper, her heart raced with excitement, unaware of the treachery lurking behind Loki's charming smile. Once she was far enough from the safety of Asgard, Loki revealed his true intent. With a flick of his wrist, he snatched her apples, leaving her gasping in shock and despair. The moment the golden apples were taken, a chilling wind swept through Asgard. The laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air. Odin, unaware of Loki's betrayal, felt an unfamiliar ache in his bones, while Thor, once brimming with strength, found his muscles weakening. The gods sensed an impending doom. They were losing their grip on eternity. Idun, stranded and frightened in Loki's trap, felt her heart race not out of excitement, but fear. The forest around her seemed to pulse with a life of its own, branches curling like fingers reaching out to ensnare her. She called out to the gods, her voice trembling with desperation. "Help me! I have been betrayed." But her cries echoed unanswered, swallowed by the shadows. In the depths of Asgard, Odin began to realize that without Idun's apples, they were but shells of their former selves. Wisdom filled him with urgency. "We must save Idun, for our time is running out," he declared, his voice cutting through the silence. The Aesir gathered, determination etched across their faces as they set out on a quest that would test their strength and resolve. The journey through the wilds was fraught with danger. As they ventured into the dark territories of Jotunheim, home to the giants, the air crackled with tension. Each step was laden with the weight of their mortality. Thor, once a figure of brute strength, felt his hands tremble as he gripped Mjolnir, his mighty hammer. Freya, who had always exuded beauty, now felt her radiance dim, her heart heavy with worry for their kin. As they approached the lair of the giants, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The air was thick with the scent of decay and malice. Loki, with a smirk that twisted his features, awaited them, the stolen apples gleaming in his hand like forbidden treasures. "Ah, the mighty Aesir, come to reclaim what was never yours," he taunted, his voice echoing off the stones. The confrontation was inevitable. Anger surged through the Aesir, igniting a fire within their hearts. They charged at Loki, and for a brief moment the world felt alive with energy, a crackling tension that made the air electric. But in that instant of chaos, they could feel the weight of time pressing down on them, their strength waning as the realization struck like a bolt of lightning. With every clash of weapons, with every desperate shout, the gods fought not just to reclaim the apples, but to reclaim their very essence. Each moment stretched into eternity, a dance between life and death, youth and decay. And as they battled, Idun's voice echoed in their hearts, a reminder of what was at stake. Time seemed to stand still, a heartbeat caught between breaths. The glimmering golden apples were not just fruit. They were symbols of hope, of life, and the unwavering bond of the Aesir. And as Loki sneered, the gods united, their spirits entwined, fueled by the desperate need to protect not just their lives, but the life of Idun, the very source of their immortality. In the shadows, the giants watched, eyes alight with curiosity and greed. The outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the gods and the delicate balance of power between worlds. Would they reclaim their youth? Would Idun be rescued, or would the shadows swallow them all? The tension hung thick in the air, a promise of chaos and emotions swirling like a storm on the horizon, threatening to consume everything in its path. As the clash intensified, the boundaries of life blurred, and the tale of the golden apples unfolded into legends yet to be written, each heartbeat echoing into the unknown. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a fiery red. It was in this twilight that the whispers of ancient warriors grew louder, echoing through the forests of Scandinavia. Here, among the shadows of towering pines, legends roamed, legends of the berserkers, fierce warriors whose very names sent shivers down the spines of friend and foe alike. The blood-curdling roar of a berserker could awaken the dead, igniting a primal fear that lingered long after the battle had ended. These men were more than just fighters. They were living manifestations of fury and strength. Clad in bear skins, their wild hair tangled and matted like the very creatures they emulated, they charged into battle with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. With a single swing of their mighty axes, they could cleave through armor and bone, leaving a wake of destruction that told tales of their might. But what drove them into this almost uncontrollable rage? What dark magic coursed through their veins, transforming them from ordinary men into unstoppable forces? Some spoke of the berserker's trance, a state of mind where logic and fear melted away. It was rumored that before entering battle they would consume a special brew, perhaps with the essence of the mushroom Amanita muscaria, known for its hallucinogenic properties. In this altered state, they felt invincible, as if they were warriors chosen by the gods themselves. This intoxicating cocktail of nature and mysticism fueled their rage, allowing them to channel the spirit of the bear or wolf, becoming something more than human. In the saga of the Viking Age, the berserkers carved out a legacy that would echo through time. They were a paradox, embodying both the fearsome and the tragic. Many of them fell in battle, their lives as fleeting as the flames that consumed their enemies. Yet their stories endured, woven into the fabric of Norse mythology, leaving an imprint on the collective memory of generations. It was said that even in death they roamed the battlefields, unyielding and resolute, searching for glory. Among these warriors was a man named Hrolf. The stories of his exploits spread like wildfire, igniting the hearts of his kin. Hrolf was not just a berserker, he was a legend in his own right. Tales of his terrifying strength and his unmatched bravery inspired both admiration and fear. He would bellow like a bear before each battle, rallying his comrades with a primal roar that shook the very earth beneath their feet. Yet, behind his fierce exterior lay a profound sorrow, a deep question of existence that haunted him as he danced on the precipice of life and death. Hrolf often found solace in the quiet of the night, gazing at the stars that twinkled like distant warriors. He pondered the meaning of his existence, the fate that seemed to choose him, as he fought for a glory that eluded him. Was it the promise of Valhalla that compelled him to fight, or was it a deeper, unquenchable thirst for something more? Each battle felt like a step closer to understanding his place in the grand tapestry of life, yet the answers remained just out of reach. As the moons waxed and waned, the tales of the berserkers spread beyond the fjords and forests. They became symbols of bravery, celebrated in sagas and skaldic poetry. Their images adorned shields and banners, and their names were called upon in prayer for courage before battle. But with this fame came the weight of expectation. Other warriors sought to emulate their ferocity, to find a piece of the berserker's spirit within themselves. Yet, many fell short, unable to grasp the wild essence that made the berserkers who they were. In the wake of their fearsome reputation, the berserkers also inspired stories of despair. The darker side of their legacy was a tale of madness, of men who lost themselves in the frenzy of battle, their minds shattered by the very rage that once made them invincible. Once warriors of honor, They became shadows of their former selves, haunted by the ghosts of their victims. The line between bravery and madness blurred, leaving behind a haunting reminder that power, when unchecked, could consume even the strongest. In the sagas, there were whispers of Hrolf's journey. He had faced countless enemies, warriors who sought to claim his glory for their own. Each clash was more than a physical battle. It was a test of will, a struggle against the demons within. Yet his greatest challenge came not from without, but from within. The more victories he claimed, the more he felt the chains of his own rage tightening around his heart. How could he carry the weight of his actions, the blood spilled on the ground, and the families torn apart by his axe? As he grappled with his identity, Hrolf found himself at a crossroads. On one side lay the promise of eternal glory, the tales that would be told for centuries to come. On the other, a yearning for peace, a desire to shed the mantle of the berserker and reclaim his humanity. Could a man who danced with wolves and bore the mark of the beast ever return to gentleness? The question echoed in his mind, a relentless drumbeat in the silence of the night. Then came the fateful night when the moon hung low, casting eerie shadows across the battlefield. Hrolf stood among his brethren, their eyes wild with anticipation, hearts racing like thunder. The enemy loomed on the horizon, a dark wave of steel and fury. As the battle cry rang out, Hrolf felt the familiar pulse of rage surge through him, a tempest threatening to consume his very soul. His comrades rallied around him, yet deep down he felt the trembling of doubt. Would this be the last time he felt the rush of battle? Or would he be lost in the chaos forever? A footnote in a saga that spoke of madness rather than honor. As he charged forward, the primal roar escaping his lips, he realized the answer lay not in victory or defeat, but in the struggle itself. A struggle that would carry on, transcending time, blurring the line between myth and reality, forever shaping the legacy of the berserkers. And so, the night unfolded, a tapestry of chaos and emotion, where every clash of steel was a heartbeat, every cry a note in the song of destiny. The legacy of the berserkers would not end here. It would echo through the ages, a reminder that in the dance of life and death, the human spirit would always wrestle with its own darkness, forging a connection that would never fade. In the chill of a misty morning, a shiver ran down the spine of Erik as he stood at the edge of a sprawling fjord. The cool air felt electric, crackling with the weight of whispered stories. He turned his gaze to the horizon, where dark clouds loomed like the unseen forces of fate. Erik had always believed in the power of luck, that invisible hand shaping the lives of men. Today, it felt closer than ever, as if it were just beyond his reach, waiting to reveal its secrets. Among the Norse, luck was no mere accident. It was a potent force woven into the very fabric of existence. The Hamingja, a mysterious concept, was tied to one's personal luck and fate. It was said to be a spirit, an essence that followed a person throughout their life, a silent guardian of their fortunes. Some claimed it was inherited, passed down through bloodlines, while others believed it was earned, a manifestation of one's actions and character. Erik's heart raced as he thought of his ancestors. His grandfather had been a fierce warrior, known for his courage in battles fought for the glory of their clan. Yet it was not his strength alone that had brought victory. The old man had carried a Hamingja that shimmered brightly, drawing luck to him like a moth to a flame. Erik longed for that same fortune, to feel the warmth of a protective spirit at his back as he navigated the treacherous waves of life. But the fjord held more than just reflections of the past. A violent storm had swept through the region last week, claiming the lives of fishermen and shattering boats like fragile glass. Erik had lost friends, each loss a piercing reminder of fate's cruel hand. As he stood on the brink of this dark water, he wondered if the Hamingja could protect him from such unpredictability, or if it had already turned its gaze away. Rumors swirled about a great seer who lived in the depths of the forest, a woman who could commune with spirits and reveal the threads of fate. Some claimed she could bless a man with a powerful hamingja, while others spoke of her as a harbinger of doom. Eric was torn between hope and fear, the thrill of possibility battling against the shadows of doubt. Would fortune smile upon him, or would he find himself lost in the darkness? Determined, Eric set off into the woods, where towering trees whispered age-old secrets and the ground was thick with the scent of damp earth. As he walked, a feeling of anticipation welled within him, growing with each step. The forest was alive, teeming with energy, as if it, too, was aware of his quest. Birds flitted about, their cheerful songs a stark contrast to the weight resting on his heart. He finally reached a clearing, where a small, weathered cabin sat shrouded in fog. The air felt charged with an otherworldly presence, and Eric hesitated at the threshold. Inside, the scent of herbs and smoke enveloped him, and his eyes adjusted to the dim light. There, seated on a woven mat, was the seer, a woman with cascading silver hair that seemed to dance like flames. "Welcome, seeker of truth," she said, her voice a low murmur that resonated deep within him. "You wish to know of your hamingja." Eric nodded, a lump forming in his throat. He felt exposed, as if she could see every fear and hope swirling within him. The seer studied him, her eyes piercing through the veil of his soul. "Luck is a fickle companion, young warrior. It can abandon you in your darkest hour or bless you with fortune when least expected." "What must I do?" he asked, desperation lacing his voice. "The hamingja is not a gift to be handed over lightly. It requires sacrifice, a part of you left behind to forge a new bond. Only then can it grow strong enough to shield you from fate's harsh winds." Eric felt his heart race. Sacrifice. The word hung heavy in the air, echoing the tales of warriors who had paid dearly for their fortunes. He thought of his friends lost to the sea, their laughter now silenced, their dreams unfulfilled. Would he be willing to surrender a piece of himself for something so uncertain? As if sensing his turmoil, the seer leaned closer. "What do you fear the most? What would you give to have the strength of your ancestors coursing through your veins?" His thoughts surged. The thought of failure, of becoming just another name lost to time. He pictured his grandfather, the glint of his sword catching the light, the pride he had felt standing beside such a man. "I would give anything to feel that strength," he whispered. The seer raised a finger, beckoning him forward. "Then, face your truth. Call upon the spirits of those who came before you. They must witness your intent." Eric took a deep breath, feeling the weight of generations behind him. He closed his eyes, focusing on the faces of those he had loved and lost, their spirits swirling around him like a tempest. "Ancestors, hear my plea. I seek the strength of the hamingja. I am willing to sacrifice my fears, my doubts." His voice echoed through the clearing, the very trees seeming to lean in closer, eager to hear his vow. The world fell silent, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a surge of warmth envelop him, as if unseen hands were wrapping around his heart. But then, a chill swept through the air, and the ground beneath him trembled. The shadows deepened, and Eric opened his eyes to see the seer's expression shift from curiosity to caution. "Your words have summoned a response," she warned, her voice now laced with urgency. "But fate is unpredictable, and the hamingja does not always yield to desire. Are you prepared for the consequences?" Eric's heart raced, uncertainty crashing over him like a tidal wave. Would the power he sought come with a price he could not pay? The storm within him raged, blending hope and fear into an intoxicating mix. As he stood at the precipice of his fate, the very air crackled with tension, and the weight of the unknown pressed down, leaving him hanging in a delicate balance between fortune and ruin, poised on the edge of destiny. A chill hung in the air, sharp as the edge of a sword, as the flickering flames of the bonfire cast dancing shadows upon the rocky ground. All around, the warriors sat in a circle, their faces hardened by battles fought and lost, their eyes reflecting the fire's glow and the flicker of memories. It was the evening of a great feast, a time to celebrate victory and honor the fallen. Yet, as laughter erupted and tankards filled with mead clanked together, an expectant hush fell over the crowd as a figure stepped forward, a skald. Clad in a cloak as dark as night, the skald's presence commanded attention. With a voice that rolled like thunder across the plains, he began to weave a tapestry of words, rich in history and emotion. Each phrase was a brushstroke on the canvas of the past, painting tales of gods, heroes, and the relentless struggle against fate. Here was a man who stood not just as a poet, but as a guardian of stories, tasked with preserving the very essence of Norse identity. As the skald recounted the exploits of warriors like Ragnar Lothbrok and the cunning of gods such as Loki, the air thickened with energy. The audience leaned in, hanging on to every word as if each syllable was a precious gem. They felt the weight of their ancestors' bravery and the sting of their sacrifices. With every line, the skald revived the spirits of those who had gone before, breathing life into the echoes of the past. The skald's voice rose and fell like the tide, drawing the listeners deeper into the tempest of his tales. He spoke of the hammer of Thor crashing against giants, of Freya's tears turning to gold, and the eternal struggle of man against the whims of the gods. The crowd shivered, not just from the coolness of the evening, but from the power of the stories that wrapped around them like an embrace. Each tale became a thread in the larger fabric of their shared history, binding them together in a way that transcended time. With deft skill, the skald wove personal stories into the grand narratives. He recalled the valor of a young warrior who had fallen at the hands of invaders, his laughter still echoing in the hearts of his comrades. Tears glistened in the eyes of those who remembered him, and in that moment, the skald became both a vessel of grief and a source of strength. Through his words, the lost were not forgotten. They lived on, woven into the very soul of those who remained. Details of everyday life spilled from his lips, painting vivid images of the world outside the mead hall. The scent of fresh bread baking in the early morning, the sound of children playing in the fields, and the fierce beauty of a longship cutting through the waves. With each description, the listeners could almost feel the earth beneath their feet and the wind in their hair. The skald made the past tangible, a living, breathing entity that coexisted with the present. Yet not all tales were grand and glorious. Some were marked by sorrow and loss. The skald spoke of betrayal and heartache, the darkness that sometimes crept into lives once filled with light. The audience felt every stab of pain, every burden of regret as he channeled the voices of those who had suffered. In those moments, a haunting silence surrounded them, as if the very air held its breath, mourning alongside them. As his voice crescendoed, he brought forth the tale of the final battle at Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, where chaos reigned and destinies were sealed. With each line, the tension mounted. The warriors' hearts raced as they imagined the clash of swords, the roar of beasts, and the cries of the fallen. It was a story of inevitable doom, yet it stoked the flames of courage and defiance. The skald's words became a battle cry, echoing in the hearts of those who listened, igniting a fire that would not easily be quenched. In that hypnotic moment, the skald revealed the truth of his craft. He was not merely a storyteller, but a keeper of flame, passing down the torch of history to the next generation. His responsibility was immense, for with each word, he shaped the identity of his people. He understood that the songs he sang would outlive him, each verse like a seed planted in the fertile soil of memory. The past would flourish, nurtured by the stories that flowed from his lips. And it was this legacy that would carry them through the storms of life. The gathering grew still, faces illuminated by the firelight, their souls intertwined with the essence of the skald's voice. The weight of their shared history hung thick in the air, electrifying the atmosphere. As the Skald's tale drew to a close, the warriors felt a surge of pride and sorrow, love and loss, all mingled together in a bittersweet embrace. They remained captivated, their hearts hungry for more, as the echoes of his words lingered long past the silence that followed. In the heart of that night, as the embers glowed softly and the moon cast a silver sheen over the land, the Skald lowered his gaze, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He had taken them through the labyrinth of time, but his performance was far from over. With a flash of inspiration, he shifted his tone, offering a glimpse of what was yet to come. New adventures awaited, stories still to be told, waiting to be etched into the fabric of the Norse saga. The warriors, still enraptured, leaned forward, their anticipation palpable. The Skald could see it in their eyes, the yearning for more. And so, with a flick of his wrist, he invited them into the unfolding mystery, a new tale ready to take flight. The night was alive with possibility, and the circle of fire crackled with the promise of more to come, their hearts racing, a shared breath held in unison, poised on the edge of the next chapter. In a world that teetered on the brink of chaos and creation, where the threads of existence wove together worlds both known and unknown, the ancient Norse believed in a vast, intricate cosmology that echoed through the ages. The universe unfolded like a grand tapestry, its colors vivid and its patterns complex, each strand infused with the essence of life, death, and rebirth. At the center of this cosmic expanse stood Yggdrasil, the mighty world tree, its branches stretching far beyond the stars, interlinking all realms with a grace that belied its immense power. The tree was not merely a plant. It was a living symbol of connection, a bridge between the divine and the earthly. Its roots dug deep into the realms of Hel, the land of the dead, while its branches reached into Asgard, the home of the gods, a space where strength and wisdom coexisted in an eternal dance. In the shadow of Yggdrasil, the 9 worlds blossomed, each one a universe of its own. In Midgard, where humans toiled and dreamed, the air buzzed with life and struggle, a testament to the resilience of mortals. The struggles of men and women, their triumphs and failures echoed through the ages, reminding all of their place in this vast design. The mountains stood tall and rivers wound like silver ribbons through the land, each feature a whispered story of glory and sorrow. Asgard, the shining realm of the gods, gleamed with an ethereal brilliance. Here, Odin, the All-Father, reigned supreme, his wisdom piercing through the fabric of time. He wandered among his fellow gods, crafting destinies and shaping the fate of mortals with a flick of his wrist. The halls of Valhalla, the warrior's paradise, thundered with laughter and the clashing of swords as brave souls feasted, preparing for the ultimate battle of Ragnarok. Their spirits, fierce and bold, were a living testament to honor and valor, their hearts burning with an undying flame. But beyond the glory of Asgard lay the chilling grip of Helheim, where those who died unheroic deaths found their final resting place. The air was thick with sorrow and regret, resonating with the echoes of lives unfulfilled. Here, Hel, the ruler of this land, watched over her domain with a gaze that both chilled and intrigued. She was a reminder of the fragility of existence, a guardian of the souls who had missed their chance at glory. The shadows whispered of lives cut short, and every soul that crossed her threshold left behind a story, a memory fading into the fabric of time. Then there was Jotunheim, the land of giants, where massive peaks jutted into the sky like the teeth of some ancient beast. The giants, fierce and formidable, embodied the raw forces of chaos, a counterbalance to the order the gods sought to impose. They were not mere foes, but part of a cosmic balance, dangerous yet vital. Their laughter boomed like thunder, their wrath capable of shaking the very foundations of the cosmos. In the age-old struggles between gods and giants, the pulse of creation could be felt, a rhythm of life, death and rebirth that never ceased. Across the bridge of Bifrost, a shimmering arc of colors, one could glimpse the very fabric connecting these worlds. This bridge, guarded by the vigilant Heimdall, was more than a mere pathway. It was a symbol of unity. It reminded all of the interconnectedness of life. Every soul, every being linked by invisible threads that stretched beyond imagination. Each step across Bifrost was a step between life and death, chaos and order, a reminder that nothing existed in isolation. Beneath all of this lay Niflheim, a world of mist and ice, a stark contrast to the fiery expanse of Muspelheim, where flames danced and crackled in an eternal celebration of destruction and rebirth. The elemental forces of fire and ice clashed here, creating a breathtaking spectacle that held the potential for both creation and destruction. It was a constant reminder of the duality inherent in existence. For every moment of warmth, there was a chill, and for every life that thrived, there was a shadow waiting to consume it. In every corner of this vast cosmos, deities and creatures moved through cycles of birth, growth, decay, and renewal. The stories of gods and heroes unfolded like the leaves of Yggdrasil, each tale entwined with the next, creating a living history rich with the emotions of love, betrayal, heroism, and sacrifice. The tapestry of the cosmos was not merely a backdrop, but an active participant in the saga of existence, breathing with the rhythm of life itself, intensely vibrant, yet intricately fragile. Amidst these realms, the Norns, the weavers of fate, spun the threads of destiny. They were the timeless guardians of life's stories, sitting at the roots of Yggdrasil, weaving the fates of gods and mortals alike. Their whispers echoed through the ages, a haunting reminder that every action, every choice, rippled through the tapestry of time. The fates they spun were unyielding yet fluid, allowing for change, for growth, and for redemption. As one stood beneath the expansive sky, gazing up at the brilliance of the stars, a profound sense of connection surged within. The ancient Norse saw the cosmos not as a distant, cold expanse, but as a living entity, filled with stories waiting to be told. Every gaze at the night sky invoked awe, a reminder that the battles fought and the loves lost were not just tales of bygone eras, but currents of life flowing through the veins of the universe. The tension of existence hung thick in the air, every heartbeat resonating with the pulse of creation. As one realm brushed against another, as the threads of fate twisted and turned, there was a sense that every being played a part in this grand play. And amidst all the chaos and order, the beauty of Norse cosmology lay in its celebration of life in all its forms, a beautiful, chaotic dance from which nothing could escape. As the stories of gods and giants continued to unfold, the cosmos held its breath, awaiting the next chapter, the next clash, the next moment of beauty, hope, and heart-wrenching sorrow. The threads of Yggdrasil quivered with anticipation, each one a lifeline connecting all that was and all that would ever be. The universe whispered secrets, beckoning souls to listen, to feel, to remember, ever more entwined in the eternal narrative of existence. The icy breath of the north whispered ancient tales, curling around the rugged cliffs and deep fjords, echoing the stories of gods and giants. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the jagged mountains that stood like sentinels over the land. This was no ordinary landscape. It was a canvas painted with the brushes of time, where the harshness of nature sculpted the very essence of Norse mythology. In the vast expanse of Scandinavia, geography was not merely a backdrop but a living entity, shaping the beliefs and stories of its people. Picture towering mountains that reached into the sky, their peaks eternally capped with snow, and valleys so lush they seemed to breathe life itself. The Norse people looked at their world with a mix of reverence and trepidation. Each natural feature held a story, a whisper of the gods who walked among them, and a hint of the giants who sought to challenge them. The dense forests of pine and birch, thick and alive, were the home of countless creatures, both magical and mundane. Stories of elves hiding in the shadows, and the mischievous trickster Loki lurking just beyond sight, danced through the minds of the people as they meandered through the woods. The very trees became part of the mythos, their roots intertwined with the tales of Yggdrasil, the world tree that connected the 9 realms. It was said that this tree stood tall in the center of the universe, its branches stretching out to the heavens while its roots delved deep into the underworld. The Norse believed that the old oaks and sturdy pines were its younger siblings, whispering secrets of the cosmos to those who dared to listen. The geography of the Norse lands was a double-edged sword. The icy tundras and fierce storms spoke of the gods' power, reminding mortals of their fragility. Yet, these very elements also inspired awe and wonder. The harsh winters forged warriors, blending strength with resilience. As the snow fell thick and heavy, tales of Thor, the god of thunder and protector of mankind, emerged even stronger. With his hammer, Mjolnir, Thor was said to have battled frost giants, wielding the raw power of the storms themselves. Each clap of thunder became a fierce reminder of his might, echoing through the valleys and reminding the people of the ever-present struggle between order and chaos. The coastlines, rugged and wild, held their own magic. The ever-changing tides mirrored the ebb and flow of life, of creation and destruction. The Norse sailors, with their wooden ships cutting through the waves, were guided by the stars and the whispers of the sea. Legends were born here, tales of fierce sea serpents and the goddess Ran, who captured sailors in her nets, pulling them down to her underwater domain. The sea was a realm of danger and wonder, a reflection of the unpredictable nature of life itself. The Norse gods were deeply intertwined with these waters, for they understood that the ocean could be both a provider and a destroyer, much like their own existence. In the shadow of the volcanoes, the earth rumbled with a life of its own. The Norse viewed these fiery mountains as gateways to the underworld, places where the dead could meet the gods and where giants stirred in their restless slumber. The ash and smoke that billowed from the craters were seen as reminders of the cycle of life and death, a natural rhythm that echoed through the stories of creation and destruction. The myth of Ragnarok, the end of the world, was steeped in this understanding of the land. It was a tale of fire and ice, where the forces of nature would clash in a final battle, reshaping the very earth and sky. As the seasons changed, so too did the myths. Spring brought warmth and rebirth, a time when the gods emerged from the shadows to celebrate life. Freya, the goddess of love and fertility, was honored with festivals that echoed through the valleys, her laughter mixing with the sound of flowing rivers. The rivers themselves were seen as veins of the earth, carrying stories and blessings from the mountains to the sea. The Norse believed that these waters held powers of healing and transformation, a direct link to the divine. The vibrant life that sprang from the thawing ground mirrored the eternal cycle of death and rebirth, a theme as old as the land itself. But with summer came the shadows of giants, lurking at the edges of the forests and mountains, waiting for the right moment to strike. The Norse tales told of Skrymir, a giant whose very being could shake the roots of the earth. As the winds howled and tempests brewed, the people could sense the tension in the air. The geography of their homeland was a constant reminder of the battles fought between gods and giants, a reflection of their own struggles for survival. The mountains, with their imposing presence, served as a stark reminder that they were not alone in their fight against chaos. As the days grew shorter and autumn settled in, the landscape transformed into a tapestry of gold and crimson. It was a time for reflection, where the Norse people would gather around fires, sharing tales of their ancestors and recounting the deeds of the gods. The nights were filled with stories of bravery and loss, of the beauty and terror that the land held. The very geography that had once been a source of fear now became a wellspring of inspiration. fueling the imaginations of poets and storytellers alike. The influence of geography on Norse mythology was undeniable, weaving together the threads of nature and humanity in a rich tapestry of belief. Each mountain, forest, and sea had its own story, a living narrative that shaped the very essence of the Norse people. Their lives were intertwined with the land, each element reflecting their struggles and triumphs. As the myths evolved with the seasons, echoing through time like the relentless waves crashing upon the shore. The warmth of the fire crackled, bringing the stories to life as the shadows danced on the walls, a reminder that the ancient tales never truly ended. They merely flowed into the next chapter, waiting for eager ears and open hearts to listen. The heartbeats of the Norse lands continued to echo in the stories, resonating with the very fabric of existence. Each tale a reminder of the beauty and terror of the world that surrounded them. The geography that shaped their gods and heroes was forever imprinted on their souls, binding them to the land they loved and feared, a living testament to the power of nature and myth. A cold wind whispered through the Nordic hills, carrying with it the weight of ancient stories, secrets hidden within the curves and lines of symbols etched in stone. Each rune, a whisper from the past, held the essence of a world long gone. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and somewhere, the distant sound of a river flowed, weaving its way through time, much like the mysteries of the runes themselves. In this land, where giants once roamed and gods walked among mortals, every symbol served a purpose far beyond mere decoration. The Vikings, with their fierce hearts and unyielding spirits, infused their lives with meaning through these enigmatic signs. Runes, carved with intention into wood or stone, were more than letters. They were keys to knowledge, protection, and power. Each character held a story, a fragment of the universe that spoke to the soul. The moment a rune was drawn, the air seemed to pulse, alive with energy that could shift the very fabric of reality. Take the rune Fehu, for instance, its lines sharp and unwavering. It was a symbol of wealth and prosperity, a call to the spirits of fortune. Farmers would carve this rune into their fields, believing it would bless their harvests, while warriors would etch it into their shields, invoking abundance in battle. The sight of this rune brought hope, igniting dreams of success and glory, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who understood its significance. Then there was Uruz, the rune of strength and vitality. It mirrored the powerful horns of a wild aurochs, a creature emblematic of untamed energy. When warriors faced daunting odds, they wore this symbol as a talisman, hoping to channel its fierce spirit. The thunder of their hearts matched the beat of ancient drums, resonating with the essence of the aurochs. Just picturing a battle cry as they charged with Uruz emblazoned across their chests could send goosebumps racing along the skin. The air would crackle with adrenaline and anticipation, a moment suspended in time as strength and courage surged through their veins. But not all symbols sang the songs of power and wealth. Some, like Laguz, were a reflection of the emotional and spiritual depths of existence. This rune, flowing and fluid, represented water and intuition. It reminded the Vikings of the importance of feeling, of surrendering to the currents of life. When carved into a boat, it was believed to grant safe passage over treacherous waters. Imagine the fishermen, their hands trembling with excitement and fear, clutching their nets while Laguz shimmered in the sunlight, a promise of a bountiful catch or a silent warning of hidden dangers lurking beneath the waves. And then there was the chilling Hagalas, a symbol of disruption and chaos, representing hailstorms that could shatter crops and dreams alike. It was a reminder that life was unpredictable, that growth often came at a cost. When the storm clouds gathered and the skies darkened, those who understood this rune could prepare their hearts for loss. They knew to brace themselves for the trials that lay ahead, recognizing that the path to renewal often emerged from the ashes of destruction. The tension in the air thickened, as if the very heavens were holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable. With each rune, a story unfolded, layers of meaning coiled like serpents waiting to strike. The sigils, too, played their part. They were intricate designs born of the same ancient wisdom, each line and curve crafted to resonate with the forces of nature, to summon protection, love, or vengeance. One could see the sigil of protection, a complex web of circles and lines drawn at the entrances of homes, keeping evil at bay. With every stroke of the artisan's blade, the air hummed with intention, infusing the space with a sense of safety and belonging. As night fell, the flickering flames of a fire cast dancing shadows on the walls of a longhouse. A group of warriors gathered, their eyes reflecting the light, their hearts united in a shared purpose. They carved runes into wood, their hands steady and deliberate. With every stroke, they spoke to the spirits, invoking blessings for their journey ahead. The atmosphere crackled with energy, anticipation thick enough to slice. Each rune they etched was a prayer, a beacon of hope, binding them to the earth and the cosmos. Time seemed to blur as they immersed themselves in this sacred act, their laughter and stories weaving together a tapestry of connection. But amid the camaraderie, a solemnity lingered, a silent understanding of the weight carried by these symbols. They knew that each rune, each sigil, held the potential to change the course of their fates, reminding them of their place in the grand narrative of existence. The night, rich with emotion and tension, stretched out before them like an eternity. The warriors felt the pulse of history thrumming in their veins, as if the spirits of their ancestors were guiding their hands, urging them to remember. With every rune carved and every sigil drawn, they became part of something greater than themselves, a legacy that transcended time, echoing through the ages. And just as the first light of dawn began to creep through the cracks of the longhouse, promising another day filled with stories waiting to be told, the air shifted once more, hinting at the mysteries yet to unfold. The symbols they had created were not merely marks on wood, they were gateways, waiting to lead them deeper into the labyrinth of their shared history. The whispering wind outside grew stronger, beckoning them to step beyond the threshold, where the world of symbols still breathed and pulsed with life, urging them onward to the next chapter of their epic journey. A storm howled through the air, and in its fury it carried whispers of gods long forgotten. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the jagged peaks of mountains that stood like ancient sentinels. Beneath this tempest, the legends of Norse mythology stirred to life. They beckoned, promising tales of valor, betrayal, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness, echoing through the ages and transforming into something unrecognizable yet compelling in modern culture. In a small, dimly lit cafe on a bustling city street, a young woman sat hunched over a battered notebook, her pen skimming the pages with fervor. With every stroke, she breathed new life into the ancient tales of Odin, Thor, and Loki. The characters she portrayed felt as real to her as the warm cup of coffee cradled in her hands. Yet, in this urban landscape, they weren't just gods. They were symbols of resilience, embodying the struggles of modern humanity. She wrote feverishly, the words spilling out like a tidal wave as the storm outside raged on, mirroring her inner turmoil. A boy, no older than 10, flipped through the glossy pages of a comic book that depicted a muscular figure wielding a hammer. The hero, donning a winged helmet, battled monstrous creatures that threatened the peace of his world. Inspired, he imagined himself in fierce combat alongside this mythical warrior, his heart pounding with excitement. To him, Thor was not just a relic of the past, he was a beacon of hope, a reminder that strength comes in many forms. Across town, a film crew was hard at work, capturing the essence of these ancient heroes for a new movie that promised to thrill audiences worldwide. The actor portraying Loki wore a sly grin, his costume a blend of leather and gold, shimmering under the hot studio lights. The director called for a break and laughter erupted as they shared tales of mischief and mayhem, echoing the very spirit of the god they were bringing to life. It was more than just a film. It was a revival, a celebration of a culture that had shaped the very fabric of storytelling. Yet, as the myths transformed, so did their meanings. The once mighty gods revered by Viking warriors and poets now found themselves reimagined in ways that sparked both adoration and criticism. The brutal Viking sagas, with their tales of glory and valor, clashed with contemporary ideals of justice and morality. In the hands of modern writers, these gods became flawed, complex characters who grappled with their own shortcomings, their battles serving as a mirror to humanity's struggles today. In the quiet corners of bookstores, shelves overflowed with novels that blended ancient lore with contemporary themes. Readers lost themselves in stories where heroes wrestled not just with monsters, but with their inner demons. A woman in her 50s, flipping through a new release, felt a thrill as she recognized the echo of a familiar tale. The story of Ragnarok, the prophesied end of days, now reimagined as a metaphor for personal transformation. Wasn't it true that every ending held the potential for a new beginning? In the digital world, Norse legends thrived in video games that transported players into realms of adventure and danger. With controllers in hand, people of all ages became warriors, wielding the powers of gods. They felt the rush of adrenaline as they faced colossal beasts and solved riddles that tested their wit. In these virtual battlegrounds, the line between the ancient and the modern blurred, creating an exhilarating experience that resonated with the warrior spirit buried deep within. At a local festival, a group of friends dressed as their favorite Norse characters reveled in the excitement. The scent of roasted meat filled the air while the sound of drums echoed like a heartbeat. They shared tales of their exploits, drawing inspiration from long-lost sagas. Their laughter rang out, and for a moment it felt as if the gods themselves had come down to join the celebration. They were not merely cosplaying, they were honoring a rich heritage, breathing life into the stories that had shaped their identities. But amidst the revelry, a somber note lingered. As people embraced the legends, some worried that the true essence of these stories was fading away. They recalled the wisdom embedded in the sagas, the lessons of humility, sacrifice, and respect for nature. Would these timeless truths be lost in the cacophony of modern reinterpretations? As a scholar stood to speak at a community gathering, her voice trembled with emotion as she implored the audience to remember the origins of the stories they loved. "Let us not forget," she urged, "that these tales were born from a deep connection to the world around us. They speak of our ancestors, their struggles, and their victories. We must honor that while we play, while we create." Her words hung heavy in the air, a poignant reminder that the transformation of Norse legends was not merely an act of reinvention, but a responsibility to acknowledge their roots. The storm outside began to subside, leaving in its wake a sense of calm. Yet the pulse of excitement remained, thrumming through the lives of those who had been touched by these ancient tales. The young woman in the cafe glanced out the window, her fingers pausing above the pages of her notebook. The world beyond was alive with possibility, a reflection of the very myths she sought to rewrite. As she returned to her writing, the weight of history pressed against her, invigorating her soul. Perhaps her characters would find their way into the hearts of readers everywhere, weaving together the past and present in a tapestry of emotions. The legends transformed, but their spirit endured, eternal and unwavering, bound to inspire generations to come. With each word, the past intertwined with the present, and the legends of Norse mythology danced once more, inviting all who dared to listen into a world that thrived on the edge of reality and imagination. The tale was far from over. It continued to unfold, shaping lives, igniting passions, and reminding everyone that the heart of mythology beats on, fierce and unyielding, in the stories we tell today. In a dimly lit tavern, the flickering fire casts eerie shadows on the walls, where the spirits of ancient warriors seem to linger. Outside, the wind howls through the trees, whispering tales of gods and giants, love and loss, echoing the stories of a time long past. Tonight, the air is thick with anticipation, as a storyteller rises to recount the old Norse myths that shaped a culture, a people, and an unyielding belief in fate and destiny. There's Thor, the thunder god, whose hammer, Mjolnir, is said to strike fear into the hearts of giants. The storyteller's voice grows deep, resonating like the rumble of storms, weaving images of a hero who wielded power not just to conquer, but to protect his people. A gasp ripples through the crowd as he speaks of Thor's fierce loyalty to his family and friends, painting a picture of a warrior who embodies strength and vulnerability in equal measure. And then there is Loki, whose cunning is matched only by his charm. The tale twists, revealing a character who dances on the edge of loyalty and betrayal, a trickster in a world of gods. As Loki betrays and protects, the audience feels a surge of conflicting emotions. Admiration for his cleverness mingles with dread at his unpredictable nature. The storyteller pauses, letting the tension hang in the air, drawing the listeners closer. In the quiet corners of the room, a young woman leans forward, captivated. She sees not just ancient figures but reflections of her own struggles, her own battles against a world that sometimes feels like an impossible maze. The myths resonate, not as relics of the past, but as living stories that pulse with relevance. The gods embody emotions, each tale a chapter in the book of humanity, revealing timeless truths about love, jealousy, and the quest for identity. As the night deepens, the tales take a darker turn. The storyteller's voice softens, and the crowd hangs on every word, feeling the weight of Ragnarok, the end of the world. Flames licking at the edges of existence, the gods fighting bravely against their fates. It's more than just a story. It's a reminder that life is fragile and every moment is a gift. The audience feels the chill of inevitability, a shared understanding that even heroes must face their doom. A young man sitting at the bar wrestles with his own demons. He thinks of his father, who had once been a larger-than-life figure, now reduced to memories. The myths breathe life into his pain, offering solace in the knowledge that loss is universal. In the flickering light, the young man sees a flicker of hope. From the ashes of despair, something new can rise, just like the earth after Ragnarok. And then, as if the wind itself is guiding them, the stories shift to the Valkyries, those fierce women who choose the slain. The audience is transfixed, the myth of female warriors soaring through the hearts of those present. The tales ignite a fire within them, a call to arms for their own battles, whether they be physical or spiritual. The Valkyries become symbols of empowerment, their choices echoing the silent strength of women throughout history, women who have fought for their voices. The storyteller's cadence quickens, and the excitement in the room builds as he speaks of Freya, the goddess of love and war, whose beauty is matched only by her fierce spirit. She rides into battle, a warrior who embodies the duality of strength and tenderness. Each listener feels their heart race, imagining the power of loving fiercely, of being unafraid to claim one's destiny. Outside, the wind howls again, perhaps a reminder of the old battles still fought today, in boardrooms, in relationships, and within the depths of one's soul. Tension crackles like electricity in the air, the stories weaving together the ancient and the modern, drawing parallels that seem impossible yet resonate deeply. Someone in the back wipes a tear, overwhelmed by the connection between the myths and their own life. It's as if the stories are mirrors reflecting their struggles, their triumphs, and their fears. The gods might have lived in a time far removed from today, yet their emotions remain the same. A love for family, the ache of betrayal, the desire for glory, the pursuit of understanding. With a dramatic flourish, the storyteller introduces the Norns, the three sisters who weave the threads of fate. The audience holds its breath, contemplating the intricate tapestry of their own lives. Each choice, each moment, intertwines with the fates of others, creating a complex web that connects them all. The thought grips them with both fear and wonder. Are they merely puppets in the hands of destiny? Or do they have the power to shape their own stories? The air thickens with possibility. The audience is filled with a sense of urgency, as if the stories are summoning them to rise, to claim their place in the narrative of their own lives. An electric thrill runs through the room, wrapping around each listener, urging them to confront their own battles and fears, to stand tall like the gods they hear about. Just as the flames begin to die down, the storyteller leans closer, a conspiratorial whisper inviting them into the next chapter of myth, one where the boundaries between gods and mortals blur. In this moment, the tavern feels alive with possibility. Every person present knows that the tales of old are not just echoes of a forgotten time, but vibrant narratives ready to be rewritten and retold, each individual adding their own verse to the ongoing saga of existence. And as the night unfolds, the stories continue, flowing seamlessly like the river of time itself, unending, alive, and filled with all the raw emotions that make life worth living. The audience leans in, hearts racing, ready to embrace whatever comes next. The air is thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that binds them together. Each soul touched by the ancient myths that refuse to fade into silence,